Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for
December
joining us to
2025, very last day
25, the very last day of the year 2025. Such a wonderful privilege to see
faithfulness.
today. Thank God for His faithfulness. God is good, and we should be grateful, right, for all the victories and successes of the year 2025. And if you have challenges, thank God for the challenges. At least we're alive. Thank God for life. Thank God for strength. And what you couldn't achieve this year, thank God you have another chance to go at it again. So yeah, we have every cause to thank God.
Today, lovely, lovely Wednesday evening.
Wednesday evening, you know, in 1 year already, like January 1, December 31. Well, hope you're getting ready for next year. December ni kó wa lẹ́yìn, kò ní kó wa lọ́mọ lọ, kò ní kó wa lẹ́bí lọ. We're going to enter next year full of life, vibrancy. We'll do great things, we'll accomplish wonderful things in the new year by the grace of God. Thank you very much for being here. Please let's power tab. On TikTok, I say 6.6k likes. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. But let's keep power tapping. We're going to have a great session today. Folks joining us on YouTube, thank you very much for being here, and on Facebook as well. Please like the live stream and also share. Thank you very, very much. This way we're able to push the live stream together. All right. So if you're on TikTok, please again don't stop our tapping. Thank you very, very much. All right. Nodding. Thank you for the heart me nodding. Thank you very much. And please, guys, if you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon up here. And please do what Nodding just did. Drop a heart me, drop a gift. So please do that. Thank you very much. All right. Just going to check other platforms to be sure we're good. And then we will dive right in. Okay. 1966 Coup, tax, and 2026. That's today's topic. We're covering those three things in today's live session. So we'll see how that goes. All right. So please, let's keep our tapping, and then we'll get into the news. From then on, we'll go into other things. I mean, one of the big events, defection of Peter B. Everybody's talking about it. Atiku Abubakar tweeted about it. He said, "Today marks a significant moment in the history of political coalitions in our country with the official declaration of my brother and associate, Peter Obi, into the African Democratic Congress. It is my pleasure to welcome him officially as we look forward to a robust relationship that will foster a virile opposition, one that will ultimately form a government capable of bringing prosperity and peace to our people. And as the ADC coalition train leaves Enugu, the capital of the Southeast region, I hope this inspires other patriots to join the cause with the train headed in their direction." I'm just going to listen to some remarks from different people, particularly Peter Obi, at this event in Enugu. held earlier today. Please take a listen. I'll play this one from Arise News, where Peter Obi declares for ADC. Take a listen, please.
Advice to work on. When you look at Onyemu, there's so many of you that are gathered here. Let us come as a family under the ADC coalition led by David Mark to turn around our dear country, to stop this lamentation, to stop this crying, to make sure that people in ID camp go back to their houses, go back to their farms, to make sure that no Nigerian wakes up hungry. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you. Okwute ka ị ga-eso, ma ọ na-ejeje ma ọ na-ana, okwute ka ị ga-eso. Okwute ka ị ga-eso, ma ọ na-ejeje ma ọ na-ana, okwute ka ị ga-eso. Thank you very much.
Let me start by just recognizing some of our distinguished leaders that are here. I have to recognize the party chairman, our own dear senior brother, distinguished Senator David Mark. Recognize the chairman of our occasion and our dear father, Chief Simon Okeke, and all the elders that are here, because all the ex-governors here, apart from maybe my junior brother Emeka, and all my seniors, let me say on all protocols very respectfully and duly observed. It's true, there's two juniors here. So let me recognize all of them and set all protocols very duly observed. Today is an important day. Today is the last day of 2025. So we are ending this year with a hope that in 2026 we will begin a journey of rescue of our country. For proper socio-economic development that will be unifying and inclusive. We have all watched those who benefited from our democracy sometimes now become accessories to destroying our democracy, either through coercion and gangsterism against the opposition. We cannot allow this to happen. We will resist it. We've not seen people who benefited in our democracy be part of celebrating electoral fraud publicly. And we are saying that those who are planning to rig an election in Nigeria come 2027, we will resist it by every means lawful and legitimate. And we are urging this happen because we have weak institutions like INEC, which we are urging them in the coming election. We must do whatever it is to follow the rules and the regulation, starting by educational qualification for eligibility to sit for any election. We can no longer be where they are asking whether this person went to school or not. We have 1 year now to determine who went to school and who didn't go to school. We have 1 year now for people to tell us the school they attended. And when they left those schools, we don't want it to be something we go to court after election. They say it's pre-election matter. We have pre-election situation now. to verify everybody who wants to contest the election for Nigeria. And we must follow that. Our commitment is about Nigeria. In all my thoughting and everything, we are committed to a better Nigeria, and we found all the studies that we have followed religiously, and I'm going to mention a few to tell you why it is important what we are doing here today and why we must follow it, and know that two things are critical if we are going to turn around Nigeria. We must stay united. Nigeria today is not united. We must ensure the unity of the country. We must ensure we have competent leadership. I have followed by studies of where we have conflict, where we have strife, where there's disunity, and where there's unity, and what it brought about. Because of it, I've read several books in it, but I'm going to cite one which Professor Tommy knows very well. He took me to visit one of the best authors who wrote on conflict resolution and transformation, because we're talking about transforming our country. And that took me to read a book by Professor Nicole Fox of California University. And after reading that book, met with him alongside Professor Tommy, and after listening to him, I decided, for the interest of what happened in Rwanda, to visit Rwanda. And sat down, had the opportunity of sitting down with Paul Kagame to listen what he did in reconciling and transforming that society, which shows me hope that it can happen here. And if you look at what he did, it is evident that in 1995, if you look at it, the GDP per capita of Rwanda is $227. Today, it is $1,100, a growth of over 500%. While our own country, in 1995, the GDP per capita of $1,225, today we are below 1,000. 30 years after, for the giant of Africa. We cannot continue this way. Our people are in pain. That is why we are coming to talk about how do we unify our country. Following that particular visit and the differential showing in the development of this country, I decided to go further. That took me to read another book, Growing Apart, which is a book about Indonesia and Nigeria. Indonesia and Nigeria have the same similarity in population, high population, cultural, economic structure, everything. However, after reading that book, I decided I'm going to take a tour of the United States to meet with Professor Lewis personally. When I sat down with him, what he told me was more revealing and shocking than what I read in the book. And I decided to take a trip to Indonesia to see what they did. That took me to meet with the Minister of Planning of Indonesia, Minister of Education, Minister of Small Business, Minister of Small Villages, Minister of Health. I met the Vice President and the most celebrated president in Indonesia, Joko Widodo, to know what they did. When you do at all this, one thing is very clear: unity and competent leadership. Unity and competent leadership.
See, this, I wanted to really listen to, maybe we'll still listen to a bit more. What is this unity they're always talking about?
What unity?
Unity and competent leadership. What unity? This is the same rhetoric of Igbo intellectuals in 1966. Let us unite. Let us unite. What does it mean?
And by the way, it looks like every
You went to Rwanda. And by the way, it looks like every intellectual in the Southeast uses Rwanda as a case study. Where they want to be detribalized, because that's what they're always ending up talking about. There's no difference, everybody is the same. We now turn the GDP.
We've been hearing about these things since,
Build structures and leave this unity nonsense. We've been hearing about these things since, perhaps before I was born. What am I saying? Of course, before we were born.
leave unity alone.
Oh, let's unite, let's unite, let's unite, let's unite.
As a matter of fact,
Leave unity alone.
to a point where we structure the country.
As a matter of fact, we have to get to a point where we structure the country around our differences. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. That's our national anthem. We are not the same. We are different people. We can now decide to come together in brotherhood, but we have to acknowledge the fact that we are different. Not all this Rwanda, Indonesia, Bangladesh, move all over the world. You don't have to travel anywhere to know these basic things.
What of people that
I read one book, then I read the other book. What of the people that have read? I read one book, I went to Rwanda. I read one book, I went to US. From that place, I went to Singapore. I went to Indonesia. I met the minister or something. Meeting ministers does not do anything. You are saying Indonesia and Nigeria have the same, population about the same, but that's about it. That's the largest Muslim country in the world.
That's not to say you can't learn from people.
There are a lot of differences. And that's not to say you can't learn from people, but this thing where you just throw up nations, anybody that's doing well. I'm surprised I've not heard China. Maybe if we listen a bit more, we're going to hear China. And when we went to US, that's when we went to demarket Nigeria. We are not good until we unite. What does unity look like? Last election was that not united enough for LP? Someone says he went to Egypt to understand power generation and distribution. So once I travel to Egypt like this, I just see it. I know how to do it.
The kind of structure we have in Nigeria,
Just a joke. The kind of structure we have in Nigeria, everything is so concentrated, right? There's no resource control for the states. They can do more, by the way. They can do better, the state government, but they still have excuses, and the primary excuse is resource control. Maybe you're going to do it at state level, original level, using the development commissions that Tinubu has, created. Those are the kind of conversations we should be having. Not let us unite. You see, I think politicians have mastered this thing. When they repeat a rhetoric that has no meaning, ask him what unity means. People use words. Let's unite. Okay, when we unite, what does that look like? You discover that there's nothing in what they're saying. Am I saying be divided? The issue is not unity or division. The issue is that these things are just flowery words. They don't have any substance. What does it mean? How does unity give us feel? Right, the way we have it, thank God we don't have to queue. Today is 31st of December 2025. On a normal day, 31st December, we'll be at filling stations trying to know how to get, a crossover night. Nobody's looking for fuel. How does the unity, right? How does it provide electricity in Nigeria? That unity you're talking about, how does it allow market women to be able to, sell stuff and access loans? How does that unity, what does the unity do? It's not that there's something wrong with unity. It is that the word is just a rhetoric that has no meaning in the mouths of most of these politicians. Let's unite. To do what? Then he went to Bangladesh. Do you want to listen to a few more things? I was laughing because I saw things in the comment section. People were like, wait, Kini Wigan. Someone says you are not being born in 1966. Talk about the current coup last 2 months. I need Juice Danny.
Usually allows stupid people to stay here sometimes.
Okay, I think it usually allows stupid people to stay here sometimes. But usually there are people who know how to keep quiet and just listen. But since you want to show how stupid you are, I'll just save you the stress. I'm going to mute you. And when you get tired of being here, you can always, go back home, because this is ridiculous. You are not being born in Nigeria. Just type in Igbo. I can read some Igbo. The one where no fear read, I'll let you know. That was a bunch of clowns. Where was I? They just keep throwing let us unite. Maybe in this conversation we'll get there. 1966 intellectuals were saying, in fact, you know what, let's read it. Since this man even says 1966, I think it's good. By the way, let me greet folks on YouTube. Akadol, Ekrole, good to see you. Thank you very much for joining us. Kola Jimo, Mr. Kola, thank you. Mr. Lagunju Emmanuel, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Someone says you're among the people that are sending your Yoruba people to set fire on Igbo business in Lagos. There's a report of Hausa businesses burning in one state in the southeast. Maybe we'll get there. Does that mean that your father was one of the people that went to burn down that place? How are you guys retarded like this? Accident must mean that it's because they hate you. Maybe you should stay where you are loved. Because this thing, do you not even get tired? Oh, something burns. Oh, it's because they hate Igbos. Maybe you should stay where you are loved. And that's the funny thing. You can never stay at home. Ask your Yoruba friend for what that means. I'm going to read something to you because this one has asked a question. Let's answer the question, shall we? I read a book called Educated Elite. This is our news. It'll be somehow, but we'll get there. I'm going to read a book called Educated Elite in Nigerian Society. And you see that these guys have not changed much. All right. Since the last unification decree, in fact, let me just go back and read from the beginning. Not from the beginning, but just a bit. In the words of the academicians themselves, all the time tribalists who drew up the argument for secession as early as May 1966, since the last event, unification decree, it has become crystal clear that the former leaders of the action group have, as predicted, joined forces with the former leaders of the NNDP in a renewed battle against Easterners. Recent events have further demonstrated that these leaders are clearly striving to counter the efforts of the military regime to forge national unity. Guys, nothing has changed. Who is talking here? This is actually from Bayi Collections, Biafra Newsletter, Volume 1, Number 8, 1st March 1968, page 6. These were Igbo intellectuals making a case for what they call national unity. And I'm going to read it again. This is what the academicians, the lecturers, the best. Somebody came in the other day and said, oh, you are quoting the worst of us. Well, this is the best of yours. Since the last event, that is unification decree, it has become crystal clear that the former leaders of the action group have, as predicted, joined forces with the former leaders of the NNDP in a renewed battle against Easterners. Recent events have further demonstrated that these leaders are clearly striving to counter the efforts of the military regime to forge national unity. In this respect, the Western leaders are one with the Northern leaders, who are similarly opposed to a unitary system of government in Nigeria. And all of them are anxious that the country should revert to the old federal structure, which, as everyone knows, was the principal cause of most of the woes of the First Republic. That's what Igbo intellectuals thought in May of 1966. That what Ironsi was doing was what Nigeria needed. They called it forging national unity. National unity really means a situation where the Igbo man is at the top of everybody and everyone is forced to be together for his own advantage and benefit. That's what national unity means.
I don't see any sense in
and that's why I don't see any sense in the repetition. Oh, let's unite. Tell me something substantial. Tell me something that I can feel. Like, give me smart goals. We talked about smart goals. If you did business, MBA, whatever, something like that, you would have learned about smart. Specific. Manageable, actionable, realistic, and time-bound goals. Measurable, yes. Specific, measurable. It's specific, it's measurable, it's actionable, it's realistic, and it's time-bound. Give me something that I can measure. You can't measure unity. If I flip on the switch and there's light 24/7, I can measure that. Tell me about that. How are you going to get it to Nigeria? Which is one of the reasons I have beef with this Minister of Power. Like, I don't know what they're doing. Well, they said there was gas issues. I mean, to be honest, some of us I don't even remember that there's PHCN. I don't remember. I just know that because they are different. You have to think of different parts of sources, but that's not how things should be, to be honest. So tell me, what do you want to do, right? To do what are you going to do better to ensure that? And there's nothing you can tell me apart from the fact that you went to Egypt. And since when does traveling to different places makes one an expert in the fields that you're talking about? Oh, I went to Egypt to learn about this. Oh, I went to Indonesia. I don't care. You don't have to travel to all those places to know what's happening. Just read a book. Well, it's good to travel, by the way, but traveling doesn't somehow confer on you the ability to do stuff. Anyway, I read a few more things. It says here, the self-styled leaders and spokesmen of the Igbo people, mainly university intellectuals, argued passionately that it would be wrong to see the Igbos as grabbers of most of the offices in the country. Rightly considered, they contended they deserved to hold these posts by virtue of their special talents. They were superior to other ethnic groups in culture and civilization. That's the definition of national unity. Don't tell me about national unity. Just give me something that's measurable, something that's specific. I want to do this. If I do this, you get this, so I can measure it. This is what I'm going to do it so it's actionable. This is how I'm going to get it done, so I know you are being realistic. I'll do it between now and then, between January and May. That's time bound. That's smart. Not all this highfalutin, flowery, abstract ideas that make no sense to the average person. Anyway, I don't know if you want to listen to a bit more of Peter Obi and his unity talk, but I mean, today is his day, apparently. I thought it was an ADC before. I didn't know that he just had to join now. So apparently they are welcoming him, and it's quite lovely. Motolani Said on YouTube, thank you very much. Compliment of the season to you too. Eshel. All right, let's go on with. I think we've tried though. Ẹkáàbọ Tintinisi will now go to other things. Take a listen to His Excellency Peter Gregory Obi as it gives us. I wonder if it's going to mention going washing toilet on British Airways, but let's listen to a little more things.
They have been able to do. Today, Indonesia is a commendable success. Where they move now, they become one of the over 1 trillion economy. The first in Southeast Asia, about 1.4 today, and the biggest economy in Southeast Asia with per capita of $5,300. When Nigeria, again lamentably, is today our GDP have halved from what it was 10 years ago to 240 and below 1,000 per capita. What did they do differently? Competent leadership and unity have shown what you can do. In all the studies.
You know what? I think we should stop. I'm seeing things in the comment section, but there's a question I always like to ask. When people talk about the fact that, so let me give an example. Say I want to run for office. I think it's okay for me to refer to what they have done in this country and that country and this country, because apparently I haven't held any political office, before. But you can't be talking like this if you were a governor. If leadership were the real issue, how did you lead your state when you were there that made your state El Dorado? I don't know. Again, sincerely, I'm not even trying to be funny. I don't know. Competent leadership is what Nigeria lacks. Were you competent as a leader when you were governor? These are the questions. Were we not in the same country, 2012? There are still tweets, by the way, of people cursing this same person, complaining about the so-called infrastructure was put in place. Of course, not to say that I didn't do anything, but they were complaining. The people living there. Then a fantastic switch, he just came up and said, "Oh, he's the Messiah." I just want to know, because we want to talk about competent leadership and you have antecedents, you have a track record, you should be able to go back and check what you have done. Consider preventors, SEO. You have been governor, what did you do? No,
an interesting thing. But anyway,
China went to China, Indonesia and Bangladesh. It's just an interesting thing. But anyway, the good thing is now we know where he is. He is with the
question is this.
ADC. But the question is this, and which is what a lot of people still ask. Thank you, Mr. Latunde on YouTube for the gift. The question a lot of people ask now is it the presidential candidate? I mean, he was throwing jabs earlier, by the way. He was talking about the fact that people should declare if they went to school or not. Anyway, the kind of jabs that people throw at astrology is actually quite funny, because all those who said he didn't go to Chicago eventually went to Chicago and scored and went there. So I don't know. And by the way, you don't even need a degree to run for your presidency in Nigeria. That's the reality. It's what it is. I don't know if it's good or bad, but you can make up. Because if this is what degree can produce, who needs a degree? Anyway, so he has been talking about the fact that he said here, just in case you were not here when he started speaking, he said, we urge INEC to adhere strictly to all electoral rules in the forthcoming elections, beginning with educational qualifications. Nigerians should not be questioning whether a candidate attended school. Well, probably question if you had a good result. Anyway, so he said all of that. However, there's something else that he had said prior when somebody asked if he was going to be the presidential candidate of the ADC. He had a very interesting answer to that question. I'd like to take it. This was on the space that held, this last Sunday. So please take a listen again to His Excellency Peter Obi.
I ask you a question. Do you know me in 2018 or 19?
I have heard about you, but not to the extent that I do now, sir.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So I'm flying to all over the world to learn how they govern in order to be vice. When people go this thing, I'm not to God. I'm going all over the world. I said Ibrahim followed me with Dr. Mo to Indonesia, and I spent 1 week or 10 days, even going outside Jakarta to go and see the president. Do you visit president to learn how to? I ask you a question. Do you know me in 2018 or 19?
I have heard about you, but not to the extent that I do now, sir.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So I'm flying to all over the world to learn how they govern in order to be vice. When people go this thing, I'm not to God. I'm going all over the world. I said Ibrahim followed me with Dr. Mo to Indonesia, and I spent 1 week or 10 days, even going outside Jakarta to go and see the president. Do you visit president to learn how to be vice? My brother, good night. Let us not, I said, I'm not to God. I might not even be alive in 2027. Are you aware? The best, the runner, the best, one of the best candidates in Brazil died in a chopper. He died in a copter flying around. I'm happy to God that I'm alive. If I tell you the things that I counter, you will not believe it. Every single day. Do you know how many times I want to travel out of this country and I'm not allowed to travel? So please, let us go without the same Nigerian easiness. Nigerians don't want to work. They just assume Peter Obi is contesting for the office of the president. I am not God. God knows tomorrow. God knows tomorrow. And I'm doing so in the most decent manner. Tomorrow, I am most qualified. And I'll tell anybody I will change this country. Because I've seen the experience. I've studied it. I've followed it. And you will see it in days to come. That's how I work.
Wow. This is funny.
Have the capacity, have the competence.
This is funny.
The compassion.
Remain Stacy. They didn't allow him finish it. He has 5 C's. I have the capacity, the competence, the compassion. I think he has character and one other C. Which I'm he will always mention 5 C's. He has all the C's. And Coca-Cola and all of that. Anyway, the point is...
The question, this is all to answer the question if it would be...
The question, this is all to answer the question if it would be a vice. And then he said he wouldn't travel all over the world and fly all over the world in order to become vice. Do you go to meet president in order to become vice? I hope they have something they're planning in that ADC, or else everybody will know exactly who the boss is. But that's not all, by the way. In that same conversation on Sunday, someone else asked him how he would support SMEs in Nigeria and move us from consumption to production. If I decide to tell you what he said, I could read it out, but I don't think it's nice. It would be nice enough. I think it would be best to hear it from the horse's mouth. So this is Peter Obi at his best, talking about what he would do on... Okay, I'll start playing. I'll read the rest because the way I'm looking at this thing.
Both individual and corporate productivity
is very long, but let's just listen to a bit of it.
Be self-reliant when you are done with Nigeria. Sir, for the purpose of some people that are still doubting, please give a word to us on how you will effectively affect SMSEs and also how you put your knowledge to work to push Nigeria and Nigerians towards industrialization and from consumption to production. And by the way, my wife and newborn twins send their regards too. Thank you, sir.
You are doing with the babies when you said they are the ones who are working for, they are the ones who are sacrificing for. I will not be able to elaborate in your question, but please do whenever we have opportunity of meeting. I will talk more about the question you asked. Ibrahim.
All right.
Traveled to Indonesia.
Okay, go ahead.
Ibrahim, who spoke in this space, traveled to Indonesia with me. I traveled to Indonesia and they saw me visit the Ministry of SMEs. And they saw me take note. And I've done this in about 2-3 countries that have succeeded with their SMEs. I'm coming from SME family, my brother. I started a small business. I can say today that of all those who are contesting to be president, including the president, none of them started the way I started. I've built a small business from scratch. If you want, go ask anybody who was with me in University of Nigeria, Nsukka, as a student of University of Nigeria, Nsukka. You see me say it every day. I built one more branch of Savannah Bank as a student of University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I owned the supermarket inside the university. And everybody saw me coming to the university, buy car in first year, buy car in second year, and third year, and final year. So I was born, I've been a trader who started a small business and built it into a big business. Institutions where I served as director did not give me directorship. The day you see me I will show you my profile locally and internationally. I built a successful business. That is by the way. So nobody has this background. So I know what it takes to turn around and support small businesses to grow. I know their impact on the society. I've studied it everywhere. I know how to manage finance. I've served at one time, which if I'm correct, no other person, as a director in 3 financial institutions. When CBN said you can only be a director in 1 because of conflicting interests, I was director in 3 because the 2 largest owners of the other 2 requested CBN and they want me on their board for the purposes of effectiveness. So I'm a finance person. So nobody can say I've run a business from scratch. I've been director in corporations. So I've lived in corporate life. I've also proved the same thing in public life as governor. She might be listening to what I'm saying. I've done it in public life. There's a man, if you go and look for Minister of Finance Aganga, and read this report, when Nigeria was trying to form and start sovereign wealth fund, go and read the report, which governor supported it. When Okonjo-Iweala was saying they want to start saving for future for this country, read his book, Fighting Corruption is Dangerous, page 61. You will see it. He wrote it there. Governor Peter Obi, who supported it, was not supported by his colleagues. So, and to prove it, I saved. It's only me and President Yaradua who have left money in office without borrowing. He left
sorry, let's listen to it. He left how much?
$50 million. And I can't. It's only me and President Yaradua who have left money in office without borrowing. He left $5 billion. I left $36 billion plus $150 million. And I can go on and on. So it is not question of hearsay. Whatever I've said to you is what I've done. People in this obedient group and families have traveled with me and everything. Now, you...
Please, maybe I didn't get it. Please, did he answer the question? How do you move us from consumption to production? I had a supermarket. I traveled with Ibrahim to Indonesia. Go and read the book by Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Go and ask when I was in University of Nsukka. Go and ask how I started business. Nobody has experience like me. I am small business owner. Even the president doesn't have any business. How do you help SMEs to get them from consumption to production? Well, if you know Olusegun Aganga was the Minister of Trade. This is the best that is radio. In fact, Ibrahim traveled with me to Indonesia to visit Minister of SME, and he saw me take notes. Do you know how people go to church on Sundays and take?
I think you have been to church before. Pastor is preaching, you are writing notes. You have never read your notes.
I think you have been to church before. Pastor is preaching, you are writing notes. You have never read your notes. I
How many of us
Say,
were in university?
say you went there, took notes. How many of us when we were in university, you took notes?
I took notes.
Say I took notes.
You buy it.
It's too low, man. You saw me took notes. I come from an SME family. I run a business from scratch. I served as director in 3 financial institutions. Look for Minister of Finance Aganga report and read his book. Look for Konje Wella book on page 33. She said I supported savings and I can go on and on. What's the question? How would you support SMEs in Nigeria to move us from consumption to production? That's some people's messiah. I like what he said in that the other video when he said we have 1 year. We have 1 year to expose a lot of. I mean, because we didn't see things, to be honest. You know, I saw things, by the way. I saw things. I mean, I knew I couldn't. You have to be a retard to grow to a particular level at a particular age to vote for him. My nephews, I understood they were young and they were angry with the world and with Nigeria with October 2020. So I got it. I knew where they were coming from, and I explained to them that I understand where you're coming from, but I don't understand why you think this is a better choice. But I get you, like, do you? So it's understandable. They are in their 20s, they are young. There's a particular age you get to that this guy should not. I mean, to be honest, and I'm not going to lie, it takes a lot of strength, willpower for me to sit down here and listen to Peter Obi. It's just that we are listening to him together. Everything I did right now, listen to him, I've never sat down to listen to him for 5 minutes. Unless I want to come and talk about it on social media. Because for what? You're hearing China went to China. You are hearing statistics that don't co-work. You're asking A, your answer is Z, and then the person is supposed to be the Messiah.
To actually
it's
good to believe in anybody. So if you believe in him, it's also
good. To actually believe, I mean, it's good to believe in anybody. So if you believe in him, it's also good. But to vote for Peter in the last election, there's something fundamentally wrong with you, sincerely.
Because
I mean, I don't care if you voted for any other person.
What's he saying?
Because what's he saying?
Are you tired of these things? I used to find these things. I just listen to.
Are you tired of these things? I used to find these things. I just listen to like 30 seconds here, 1 minute here, but to now sit and just be listening to him because you don't want to lose brain cells, do you? Like you just sit down and be listening, or just be talking. Like Kolori, Konidi, and Wabido Timbo. Someone says,
I see you in the comment section.
I mean, I see you in the comment section. I don't want to mention you. I'm not going to give you any.
And I understand why you're here.
Kenny. But I see you. And I understand why you're here. And I understand where you're coming from. But I mean, your Messiah moved to APC today. ADC today, which is actually quite nice. Before we go, there's something else. Just one more thing. I apologize to those who are tired of this, but I think it's about so it doesn't look like you hate a person, like you listen to their thought process. If I'm asking you what are you going to do to help me, I tell him that you have traveled. What's my business if you have traveled to New York or if you've gone to Indonesia? It doesn't matter. Say I didn't fly around to become a vice. Is flying one of the prerequisites to becoming a politician in Nigeria?
Anyway, one more thing before we go.
I didn't fly. Obama fly. Anyway, one more thing before we go. This is actually quite interesting. The question here is simple. What are the value you are bringing to Nigerians? That was the question. And I want you to listen to Peter Obi's brilliant response to that question. Take a listen.
Supported it. When Okonjo-Iweala was saying they want to start saving for future for this country, read his book, Fighting Corruption is Dangerous, page 61. You will see it. He wrote it there. Governor Peter Obi, who supported it, was not supported by his colleagues. So, and to prove it, I saved.
When a politician tells you they save.
When a politician tells you they save.
Let's even talk about the saving thing.
You have to really understand. Let's even talk about this saving thing. Nobody voted anyone in so they can save money for the state. It's better for you to use the money. I mean, there are two. Let me tell you one parable. Parable of the talent, the Bible. We're still talking news. Parable of the talents. Jesus talked about a rich man who went to travel, then he calls his 3 servants, gave one talent, another 2 talents, another 5 talents. Now, talent in Bible times is currency. So it's not a gift of singing or dancing. It's actually money. So it's like saying $1, $2, and $5. So they get this money. The master travels, he returns, and when he gets back, the one who had 5 talents had done business with it and he has 10 talents. And then the one who had 2 has done business with it, now he has 4 talents. The one with 1 talent went to hide it, and then he comes back and says, "Oh master, I know you like to reap what you have not sown. Here's the 1 talent you gave me. I hid it somewhere and I brought it back to you." Jesus said, the master told that boy, the least you can do is to save it in a bank. That's the least. But in reality, what you're supposed to do is to invest that money. When Tinubu was governor, it was actually one of the states, at least I know of Lagos State and also Akwa Ibom State. They invested in Econet. They took the money from the state's money and invested it in a venture, and then that venture brought proceeds and profits. Not to hide it in a bank where you have interest, just like Azikiwe did in 1954. If you look at this in tactics, I'm doing like remote tactics. Azikiwe took money from the Eastern Region Marketing Board, funneled it into African Continental Bank, and then loaned the money to his own companies from African Continental Bank. The only problem is that they did not return the money. How much was that money? £877,000, 1955. Now you are telling us that you saved the state's money for what? Is it good to save money? Yes. Is that your primary? Not when you have dilapidated buildings, you don't have hospitals in places. You're saying you are saving money. Where? In the bank where you have interest, and that's not conflict. It's quite interesting. We're learning a lot from these politicians. These are the new guys that will change the system. You have time engaging that clown in the comment section, no?
You know what that means basically? So the question
saved money.
If I save the money,
you know what that means basically. So the question is that if I save the money that belongs to all of us in my bank or a bank where I have substantial interest, whatever comes to the bank through that money also gets to me. You get that, bah?
they should ask questions. Was it fixed deposits or was it interest?
Maybe if they should ask questions. Was it fixed deposits or was it interest? The way they like to tackle people that they are tackling, maybe they should tackle the Messiah like that. Anyway, let's move away from this wonderful man called Peter Obi and talk about his brother for a minute. Governor Alex Oti, or like they like to say it in Abia State, Governor Alex Oti. Governor Alex Oti has decided not to move to ADC like his brother Peter Obi. He said, "I did not join the Labour Party because of Peter Obi. He informed me of his intention to defect and I gave him my blessings. However, I will not be defecting with him." Am I making it up? Definitely not. But just in case you don't believe, please take a listen to Alex Oti.
Okay, so let's situate the question properly. If you remember, I joined the Labour Party before Peter Obi. Okay, so I didn't join Labour Party with him. And he has communicated me that he was leaving Labour Party. And I gave him my blessings. But I remain in Labour Party. And I told him that I'll have to continue the struggle to rescue Labour Party. That is the party that brought me to power. If we fight and get to the end, we can review Labour Party, then we can now discuss options. But for now, I am not defecting with him.
That was was Governor Alex Otti. He says he's not defecting with.
That was Governor Alex Otti. He says he's not defecting with which will be to ADC, so he's still in Labour Party. Someone says, are there no Yorubas who defected to ADC? Why are you talking about them? Because you don't think. Because your question actually shows you're not thinking. You're not a thinking person. So when we're talking about the fact that they moved, did you hear? Oh, Jesus. The funny thing is, you have a conversation, you could be talking about rice. These clowns will find a way to insert ethnicity into it. Once you now go on ethnicity and say, oh, but you're a tribalist. You're not very smart, though. Where were we? I'm talking to you, Anyama Voices Movement. I don't know who gave you the name, but you're not very smart.
Akadol says, Prof, you're just tormenting us with the
all right. Akadol says, Prof, you're just tormenting us with the gibberish from PO. I apologize.
So that was,
and that was the last of it, by the way, at least for today. So that was the governor of Abia State saying that he's not defecting to ADC. I couldn't move away from politics for a bit. No, before we do so, there's a guy who has a message for Nigerians about what's happening with Nnamdi Kanu, and he must be heard. But let's do some economic news, and then I'll come back to him because we want to devote time to listen to what he has to say. So back to the economy. Something interesting actually happened yesterday. 2 days ago, actually, December 29. But another interesting thing happened last week. 29th of December 2025, Femi Otedola sells majority stake in Geregu Power in $750 million deal. And on the 21st of December, Here's Energies secures $750 million Afri-Exim Bank facility to boost oil output. That's Tony Lumelu's holding company. So it looks like we'll be seeing some interesting things in the coming days. One man borrowed $750 million. Another one sold his stake in a company for $750 million. So we'll see what's about to happen, whether in the power sector or in the oil industry as we get into 2026. We're going to spend some time on taxes. Like I said, from time to time, we just talk about taxes for a bit because something's going to start tomorrow. Tomorrow is 1st of January 2026. Thank God for life. But a lot of things will be changing, and we don't want to be caught unawares or like not knowing what to do. So we'll be having these conversations, dear. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to play some things first from Taiwo Edele. Like I said, I am not a tax professional. So the best I can do is to listen to tax professionals, not to merely read the law, right? But to listen to them explain what they have written in that law, and now find a way to break it down for myself first, and then for all of us. So in the next few minutes, we're going to dwell on that for a bit, and then I'll bring people up, and then we'll... Oh, we have to listen to that guy, that Nnamdi Kanu guy. He has plans for us. Excuse me. He has a message for later. Okay? But let's listen to Taiwo Edele, who is the chairman of tax reform and tax policy and what's that name? Tax and Fiscal Reform Committee, something like that. It's a mouthful. So yeah, let's listen to Taiwo Edele. It was on Channels TV. It was also on BBC Pidgin. Let's do the Pidgin thing first, then we'll go to Channels, okay? Please take a listen.
Go pay less tax if you be says the reform be say you go pay less tax if you be low income earner, you go pay low tax if you be middle class. We be say they earn past like 1,800,000 naira a month, you go pay less tax. But if you be a rich person, of course, you're supposed to pay a little bit more. Another fake news be say people talk say from next year January then go take money from your account because of you get tax ID or TIN, then go debit your account. Someone even talk say na CBN go they take the money. That one are fake news. From next year, we don't they do this thing for bank accounts since 2020 now, almost 5 years now. We don't they do it. No be new thing self. if you get bank account, you dey use them for business, you suppose get in. You know me say they go tax you. It just means say government they interested in waiting you they do. In case you they make plenty of money, you suppose pay tax, because if some people they pay tax and you know they pay, that one no they good like that. Another one be say some people say from next year prices of things go up. This reform go cause inflation. That one too na lie. From next year, this tax reform will reduce the prices of food, whether you they buy bread or whether you they buy gari or yam, price go come down. Number two, it will reduce the price of education, whether you they pay tuition for your kid, whether you they primary school or secondary school, no matter. The price where the person where they provide the education inside that school they pay go come down. Suppose pass the benefit to you, so the amount where they pay to go come down. If you they do health, pharmaceutical, they buy paracetamol or other stuff like that, price too go come down. Same thing for rent, no carry VAT anymore. Transportation, no carry VAT anymore. Generally, this reform is supposed to make life better for the ordinary Nigerian. No be say go make it hard.
Some people have gone to town with all kinds of claims about this tax.
With all kinds of
To be honest, it doesn't look like
claims
many of
about
us
this tax laws. To be honest, it doesn't look like many of us understand what it is, and I'll tell you why. It's because we've spent more time listening to clowns who are actually dedicated to misinforming Nigerians. And it's when you listen to what they say, and then you read the document, and then you listen to professionals, you then begin to wonder if people were clamoring for social media laws, you know, which of course sounds a bit restrictive, if they're not actually right, because when people just start talking, waiting, they won't talk. But apparently, he's breaking it down. Somebody did a fantastic work. She's a chartered accountant, and she put out the stuff. I'm going to read those things to you later after listening to the other interview with Tawe Dele, this time on Channels TV. And of course, this talks about the idea of people saying that government can just dip their hands in your bank account and remove money in the name of tax collection. Or if you don't have narration in your transfers, it's going to affect stuff. Let's listen to the real source rather than people just making things up. Okay, I think that's fair enough. So let's start with this one, the Channels TV interview. There are two. One is shorter. I'm going to play the shorter one first, and then we'll go on to the longer one. Take a listen, please.
So therefore, if I have limited capacity, what do? I go after the highest yield. Where can I get 1 billion naira? Where can I get 100 million naira? So, like you said, the people that are fighting us the most, 1 million in their bank account. You know that the NDIC said 98% of bank holders in Nigeria can't boast of 500K in their bank account. Those are the people fighting. So I think something we underestimated in this reform.
This version is fuller. And thank you.
This version is fuller. And thank you, Motolani Said. It's tax reform and fiscal policy. So he's the chairman, Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee. I just saw the full stuff now. So Tawe Dele, Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee chairman. Take a listen to the fuller one.
98% of there is no taxman in the world that has the capacity to go after every. There is no taxman in the world that has the capacity to go after everyone. So therefore, if I have limited capacity, what do? I have limited capacity. There is no taxman in the world that has the capacity to go after everyone. So therefore, if I have limited capacity, what do? I go after the highest yield. Where can I get 1 billion naira? Where can I get 100 million naira? So, like you said, the people that are fighting us the most are the people who don't have 1 million in their bank account. You know that the NDIC said 98% of bank holders in Nigeria can't boast of 500K in their bank account. Those are the people fighting. So I think something we underestimated in this reform, we said the current system is regressive, taxing the vulnerable more. Let's make it progressive. In fact, there was one of our meetings where we're saying it's going to be hard for these rich people to go out and be protesting because they don't want people to know that they are rich. We underestimated how these guys can manipulate the average person to fight the fight on their behalf, even against their own interests. That was what played out, and it's totally unbelievable. There are content creators who admitted they make up to $10,000 a month. They don't want to pay tax. You think they will go and create a content that says they want to tax $10,000 a month? No. They say they're going to debit your bank account. So you can help them fight.
Debit your 5,000 naira.
You can help them fight the reform, you know. So anyway, nobody will debit your account. Any amount of money you transfer, whether it's 1 billion, whether it's 1,000, it doesn't matter how you describe it, nobody will debit your bank account. At the end of the year, you tell the government yourself, you know the amount that is your income, you know the one that is not your income. So you tell the government, this is my income and here is the tax. If you are exempted, you don't need to pay any tax. Just say this is my income and I'm exempted from tax. So it's a very simple process that we are even simplifying even further. Now, if you run a small business, this is even one of the biggest benefits of the tax reform. If you run a small business as a sole proprietor, as an enterprise, or you're just hustling, you don't even have a name for the business, you just hustle. Today, there are all manners of levies and taxes. Under this new tax law, we've developed two instruments. One, the Constitution says the center cannot dictate to the state and local governments. So we then drafted, along with the Joint Revenue Board, we drafted a tax harmonization law for subnational. Do you know, I haven't seen this kind of speed before. They're enacting it very fast. Ekiti State started. We have Zamfara, we have Anambra, we have Kano, and I think even just yesterday now we have another state as well. Lagos State has promised to do their own. In addition to that, we have developed what we call a presumptive tax regime. In that presumptive tax regime, we said if your annual income turnover is 12 million or less, you have no capacity to pay tax because that 12 million is not the money you can spend, right? That's turnover. You need to cover cost of sales, other expenses. And then we went further because we don't want the tax officer making that judgment. We went further and listed certain businesses that cannot make money. Vulcanizers, somebody is roasting corn by the roadside. You know, there's some businesses where if you have customers for 24 hours and you manage not to sleep, you are still a poor person. So those ones are listed specifically. What we are planning to do is for them to get an exemption, tax exemption stickers, so nobody will bother them. So if you're thinking about a reform that really is interested in the most vulnerable, because they're usually not at the table when people are formulating policies, we haven't catered for them for so long until now. Unfortunately, they don't have the voice on social media to say we like this reform. And that is why we believe that the right thing to do is to press forward until there's any reason to do otherwise.
Now, something interesting happened at the Mari Musa Yar'Adua University, where students who would not be paying taxes, by the way, decided to have a conversation on taxes and to help themselves understand exactly what this whole thing means for Nigerians. Oh dear. Sorry about that. Thank you very much. Thank you. I just noticed.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much. Thank you. I just noticed. Eshe. So I was saying that something interesting happened at Umaru Musa Yar'Adua University. There's something they call Speaker's Corner there. The students there, who would not be paying taxes, by the way, decided to engage in conversations on the tax reforms that will be starting very soon. By very soon, I mean tomorrow. I'd like us to listen to them, and then we will do our own conversation on our own, but we'll be reading something, a breakdown by a chartered accountant. I'll tell you her name, and hopefully that will also help us to understand things better beyond, what we heard from Taridele. Taridele is giving us a broad overview, but someone is going to the specifics. What does it mean for you as a person? What does it mean for your business? What's the threshold? What's the bracket that you fall into? So we're going to talk about that in a bit. So let's listen to these young people who are doing what many other people should be doing, but we're busy just watching interesting content creators. We are creating content back, but I think people are creating misinformation content or misinforming content, which is not right. Anyway, this is students from Umaru Musa Yar'Adua University. Take a listen, please.
Hello, Nigerians. Adam Smith said, and I quote, "The subject of every state ought to contribute toward the support of government in proportion to their respective abilities." Ladies and gentlemen, I am Umar Ahmad from Umar Musairad University, Kasna, together with my team from various departments under the umbrella of State Akona, an English club that organizes sessions on Friday to discuss on politics, economics, and public health. Today, we are here to talk about the tax reform laws, which are going to be effective comes January 2026. Together are my colleagues and panelists. At right hand side, I have Muhammad from Economics, Yusuf Muhammad, also from Economics, Rahma Aminu Ahmad from Microbiology, Abdul Malik Shuaib Goma from Economics, Hafsat Muhammad Inwa, also from Microbiology, and Hussein Isa from Economics too. So I would like to start asking our panelists, and I would like to ask the entire panelists of today to please describe the tax reform laws in one word. Well, Muhammad, how can you describe the tax reform laws in one word?
In one word, I will say consolidation.
Wow, consolidation. Yusuf Muhammad.
In one word, I can say simplicity.
Simplicity. Wow. Rahma Ahmad Amin.
In one word, I would say productivity.
Productivity. This is amazing.
Well, in one word, I can say it is digitalization.
Digitalization. This is very interesting.
In one word, I can say efficiency.
Efficiency. Wow, this is amazing.
As for me, in one word, I would say centralization.
Centralization. This is absolutely nice. Hussein, please, can you tell us what are the exempted items? Because we read that they are going to have certain items that will have zero tax.
Thank you so much for that question. Yes, there are several items that are exempted or have 0% tax, which we have our basic foods, because it's not possible that you tell us that we should be paying tax for our basic food, which we know that everybody needs food.
Yes.
We have agricultural inputs. As you all know, we need agriculture in Nigeria. So with this, the government see and check and make sure that agricultural inputs have been exempted. We have individuals earning national minimum wage or less.
All right. They have very interesting things to say. I just wanted to play that to show that young people are also trying to make sense of this whole thing, and I think it's better to follow suit. This thing I'm about to read now is from a lady called Oluwatomi Sionlarinwaju. She's a child accountant and a tax professional, and she has done a fantastic job making this thing very easy for us to understand. So I'm going to read some of the things. And by the way, this also aligns with the things that the chairman of the committee mentioned earlier, that's Taiwo Idele. So she says here, we're going to be focusing on personal income tax and company tax. Excuse me.
All right, so just for this conversation, maybe we'll just stay with personal income tax.
All right.
Time,
maybe we'll just stay with personal income tax, to be honest, because of time. But broadly speaking, we're discussing personal income tax and company income tax. So here goes. I'll be reading and explaining. So she says here, she thinks that this whole thing is targeted at digital creators, right? Content creators, freelancers, and stuff, tech bros. That's what she thinks, and I think it makes sense because, yeah, people make money. All right. So she says here, the current tax law, and there's another document. In fact, let me read. God, I'm sorry, I'm moving two things at the same time. Let me read one broad stuff, then I'll now break it down. Somebody did a tax bracket thing. His name is Joshua Kintayo. If you earn gross annual income up to 800K, you will not pay any taxes. So tax rate is 0. If you make between 800,000 and 2.99 million naira, your tax will be around 15%, and so on and so forth. And 3 million and 12 million and so on. But this is it's not as good as Tosin Zone. So let's go to Tosin Zone. So now, if you make first 300,000 naira, you pay 7%. That's the current tax law that we're using as of December 31, 2025. The next 300,000 you pay 11%. The next 500,000 you pay 15%. The next 500,000 you pay 19%. The next 1.6 million naira you pay 21%, and then the next 3.2 million naira you pay 24%. But what they are bringing up now is that the first 800,000 naira you pay no tax at all, so tax rate is 0%. The next 2.2 million naira will be 15%. The next 9 million naira will be 18%. The next 13 million naira will be 21%. And so she gives this very nice example. Say we have a man called Mr. A and has a monthly taxable income of 300,000 naira. By the way, there's something I think we're going to get back to later. Taxable, what it means to have taxable income. It's not everything that comes to you that is taxable, by the way, but we'll get to that later. Mr. A has a monthly taxable income of 300,000 naira. That means in a year, the taxable income is 3.6 million naira. If you use the previous tax rate to calculate, he is to pay 656,000 naira per annum as tax. But under the new tax law, he will be paying 438,000 naira. His take-home pay will increase by over 200k per annum. Okay, so using what we have right now, the tax law we have right now, we're paying about 656,000 naira. But if you use what we're getting into the next few hours, we're paying 438,000 naira. So we'll be taking more money home, essentially. Now, say there's another man called Mr. B. His taxable income is 1 million naira per month. That will be 12 million naira per annum. Under the old tax law, he's meant to pay 2,672,000 naira. 2,672,000 naira. But under the new tax law, he'll be paying 1,950,000 naira. So the new personal income tax rates will only affect you if you earn significantly high, say 2 million to 2.5 million monthly. People talking about market women, small businesses, I think they are just writing them up for nothing. I want to come are actually people that are making like a lot more money. Okay, so they're not taxing the poor. They're taxing people who actually make more money, whether you call them rich or not. And it looks like people who are fighting this thing are the one that this stuff is supposed to benefit actually. So the new personal income taxes, the new personal income tax rate will only affect you if you earn significantly high, say 2 million to 2.5 million monthly. I don't know how many Nigerians actually earn between 2 million and 2.5 million naira monthly. So it says, again, I'll read it again. The new personal income tax rate will only affect you if you earn significantly high, say 2 million or 2.5 million naira monthly, or you haven't paid tax ever. Both, sadly, most of the people in Nigeria earn way below 1 million naira per month, and therefore the personal income tax rate favors the majority. Then she says here, note that I said taxable income, not actual income. There's a difference between your gross income and your taxable income. Your taxable income is your gross income less your allowable deductions. I'll explain, because this is English, so we can explain that one. Your allowable deductions under the law include health insurance, life insurance, contributions to housing funds, and a few others. The new rent allowance that replaces the consolidated relief allowance. Please bring back. So let me explain. What she's saying is that, let's say you make 1.5 million naira in a month. That is your gross. That doesn't mean that 1.5 million naira will be taxed. Some things are not taxable in that income. So, for instance, things like your rent. There's a particular threshold that they have said that you have to say, okay, this is how much I pay for rent. That one, you have to remove it before they even talk about taxing. Your life insurance, your health insurance, things like that will be deducted from what you have made before what's left is then taxed. So what's left is what is called taxable income. So if you're making, let's say you make 1.5 million naira per month, that doesn't mean that the government will tax 1.5 million naira. You still have to deduct those other expenses. And by the way, that is legal. You're not doing anything wrong. So it says here, your gross income can be 1.5 million naira and your taxable income can be 1 million naira or less. However, your taxable income under the new law may be higher than what it was under the old law. This is majorly because of the removal of the consolidated relief allowance. A lot of us don't even know what this thing means because most of us have not been paying taxes for the most part. But as a general rule, the new PIT rates are very, very favorable compared to the old one. You might notice that your pay slip in January may be higher than the one you received this December. Don't be scared. So essentially what it's saying, I think that answers the thing about personal income taxes. If you make less than 800,000 naira per annum, nobody's taxing you. Someone says taxable income is usually 75%. And let's not say that, because that's not what this one says. They say that you can remove this, and that. So maybe after removing everything, you remove 25% or 50%. But yeah, maybe your rent now is 10 million naira per annum, and your salary is 1 million naira. You break stuff. By the time you remove it, that it's almost that 75% you're talking about. Anyway, the point is that it gives us an idea. Again, this is not a conversation on. I'm not a tax expert. I'm reading what the tax experts have written. You remove some things and then you tax the rest, right? So very quickly, it says so to business owners, and I think this is where many of us probably fall in, because people are also thinking of companies being taxed. By the way, you can get your your TIN if you need it. I'll tell you how to get it later. But your NIN can still work, and if you have a business, you can use your CAC number to also get. By the way, if you register your business in the last 1 year, they've started including your TIN, FRS TIN, on the CAC certificate. I don't know if you've noticed that. All right, so it says here. A lot of business people don't want to pay taxes, but they can also. It's possible to avoid paying tax, but there's a way to avoid paying taxes legally. It is called tax avoidance, which is legally reducing your tax burden. But there's a way to go about it. As a business person today, the first thing you must do is register your business, especially if you have not registered it at all. But even if you have registered it, please pay attention. If you're still using your personal account for business payments, you should first separate it. All right. So, by the way, that's also happening with Redomi Books. From January, people are doing some things in the background. Stop using your personal account for your business. Let them pay to your corporate account, right? So it says here, we have to lay a distinction between a business owner and a business owner. You see, under the old tax law, distinction was made between companies into 3 categories: small, medium, large. Small companies with 1 to 25 million naira revenue were charged 10% on their profit as tax. Medium was 25.1 to 100 million naira in revenue. They were charged 20% on profit as tax. Large companies with over 100 million naira in revenue were charged 30%. But under the new law, small and medium companies will now pay 0% as tax, and large companies will retain paying 30%, no increase as such. So, unless your company is making up to 100 million naira per annum, you're not paying taxes as a company. As an individual, of course, you will pay taxes, because if you work in a company, hopefully if you're making more than 800 divided by 12 is how much? If you're making more than 800,000 naira per annum as a worker, even if you're the owner of the business, you probably have a salary you're drawing. So you'll be paying taxes as a person, right? If you're making, say, $1 million per month or so, or 2 or 3. But the business itself, if it's not making up to 100 million naira, you are not paying taxes. Please, if you're on TikTok, kindly power tap. Thank you, Yemonite. Thank you for bringing my attention to that. Please power tap on TikTok. Motolani on YouTube says, the rich manipulating the poor and the poor shooting themselves in the legs. Story of Nigeria. So the point is, small businesses, someone selling stuff, they are not expected to pay anything. Right? If your revenue is not up to 100 million naira, and even then, if your revenue is even up to 100 million naira, it's not the 100 million naira that will be taxed. It is the profit that they tax, not your revenue. You can't tax turnovers now. It doesn't even make sense. So say, for instance, I get 70 million naira. I do a business, I make 50 million naira. It's 120 million naira. Government cannot tax 120 million naira. Government cannot even tax the loan that I raised to be able to do that business. What the government taxes is the profit that you make, not all the money that you made in terms of your turnover. All right, so it says here, large companies with over 100 million naira in revenue were charged 30%, but right now they'll still be charged 30%. But if you make less than 100 million naira, you are paying 0% as taxes as a company. If you're a business owner and you're registered as a business name, that means your business registration sorry, that means the CAC registration you did was business name. You are not a company. You are an enterprise, and you'll be paying personal income tax, not company income tax. What does that mean? There are different categories in the CAC registration. There is business name, there is company name or company registration, then there is IT, incorporated trustees. That's where you have churches and NGOs and stuff like that. Generally speaking, everything we're talking about, 25 million, 50 million, 100 million, has to do with the companies. I don't register as company, but if you register as businesses, she's saying here, according to the explanation, that your company is still seen as, it's not a company, it's an enterprise. But you as an individual will be paying, because like sole proprietorship, but you will still be paying taxes. If your profit in a year is between 500,000 naira to 1 million naira, register as a business name. But even if it is slightly higher, say 1.5 million naira, register as a business name temporarily. Don't be pressured to register as a company yet. Then she says, I believe your business will grow. But if your business, on the other hand, is already much bigger, go and pay for company registration. If you confidently have revenue of like 25 million naira, 50 million naira, or your profit in a year is like 5 million naira or 10 million naira, you should, if you're already paying salaries of other people, go and register, please. I'll explain why. So if you're running a big organization, this is different from mom and pop, where you are the guy, you are the one doing all the job. Once you begin to pay people, and you're expecting that maybe your turnover will be about 25 million naira, she's saying it's better for you to have business, to register as a company, not business name. Business name is actually cheaper. Company registration is more expensive, but it protects you better under this new tax law. As a business that's already scaling, it will be better for you to enjoy the zero tax on profit. So if you're registered as a company and your revenue is less than 100 million naira, you will pay zero tax on your profit. Zero. All right. The only thing here is that if you register as a company, you must keep proper book of account. Even as a business name, you must. But as a company, even if it's just profit and loss account, you must have it. And then you set aside an amount to pay yourself a salary per month. In other words, even if you own the company, I think it's something that we should all learn, right? Even if you own the company, you're making 12 million naira, or let's say 5 million naira per month. You know how most business people do? We've all been there. You pay the people that are working for you, and then the rest as a spirit leads. Sometimes, and this happens a lot, sometimes almost everything goes back to the business. And sometimes in some other clinic, some of it will also go into paying your children's school fees. What they're saying is that have a specific amount that you can say, this is the salary I'm drawing from this company. I'm the owner of the company, but I'm not the company. So if it's 500,000, if it's $1 million per month, and then your expenses, school fees, rent, everything will be from that money, rather than just dipping your hand in the company money and then spending and using it for yourself, because you're going to get yourself in trouble. So the question, and by the way, there's a way to, there's something I experienced some time ago. Maybe I'll talk about that later, but let's just stick to the structured explanation first. So what she's saying basically is that keep a proper book of accounts. This is, maybe a balance sheet would be better actually, but profit and loss tells you what's coming and what's going out. But if your salary is there, then you know how much is coming to you. Why? Everything they now say this is the profit for the year. That's the profit that will now be taxable at the end of the month. They say it's starting it's starting January 1, 2026. Does not mean that if you have a company that's making 100 something million naira, you'll be paying taxes in January, February, March, April. It's at the end of the year, and it's self-declaration. Like you're the one that does, and it's towards the end of the year. It's not like every month you have.
They're not going to be withdrawing. They're not going to be deducting your money at source.
They're not going to be withdrawing. They're not going to be deducting your money at source anymore. Anyway, you should be able to declare by yourself. And there's a tax calculator on their website, fiscalreforms.ng. If you go there, you find that tax calculator, right? And then you can insert, I spend this on this, I spend that on that. Then they will tell you what is remaining. They will tax that thing. But if you just dip your hand in your income, this month we made $1 million. It's January, my children are going to school, so you take school fees, Kotoku. let's just run it. Then next month, and I know this because it happens a lot. Next month, something spoils in the company. You borrow money, add to that one, and do it. So sometimes it's difficult for business people, apart from paying salaries, to be able to pay themselves. But I think it's also it's a wake-up call to business owners. Learn to pay yourself. Separate yourself from your organization. You are not your organization, unless of course you are running an enterprise with a business name. Once you say Kinikon Limited, that limited shows that it's a different entity from you as a person. Okay, let's read a few more things here. So she says here, set aside an amount to pay yourself a salary per month. It will be this amount. It will be this amount only that will be taxable under PIT. The rest will be tax-free. What's she saying here? So let's say you make less than 100 million naira. The company will not be taxable, right? Because you don't make up to 100 million naira. But you still have to pay taxes. Now, if you say I'm paying myself 1 million naira, let me even tell you the story I want to tell you now. So this happens a lot. I don't know if it happens in Nigeria, because we don't have the experience a lot in Nigeria, but I don't have to mention the country. I'll just tell you how some of these things work. Some of the expenses are transferred to the company. I'll give you an example. Say I buy a car right now. I don't have to buy the car in my name. The company could buy the car. Right? So it's not like I'm buying things. The company is buying the car. The company is fueling the car. Okay? All those things have nothing to do with me. I'm driving the car. I'm using the car. I'm not the one paying. I'm not paying. So even if my salary is 1 million naira that I've taken out of the income, right? Every month is consistent, by the way. It can't be 1 million naira today, and the next month is 1.2. Then 2 months later is 1.7. Like, it has to be constant. You can't be having salary review every month. Anyway, the point is that some expenses that you now bear as a family man or mother or father or family woman or as a person, some of those things you can pull those on your business, right? So, I'm driving from Kinikon to Kinikon. Is your company paying that? Is your company paying for that? So that doesn't affect you. And you discover that at some point, whatever you are drawing from your company as a salary will be able to take care of your stuff. Meanwhile, whatever you draw as well, once you remove, you're going to have to remove your rent from it before you can even tax. So you remove rent, you remove health insurance, you remove life insurance and things like that. Please get more information on these things, right? I've already told you where you can get the information. Fiscalreforms.ng. There's a PDF to download, but I think this also breaks things down for us a bit more. Okay. So set aside an amount to pay yourself a salary per month. It will be this amount only that will be taxable under PIT. The rest will be tax-free. However, I must warn you that when you set aside an amount as salary per month, stick to that amount. You cannot arbitrarily remove money from your business account anymore, because any frequent removal of money from a business account, from a company's business account, that cannot be traced to being for company use will constitute as embezzlement. I think we already understand. So she says, so you know the pros, but your cons too. Don't evade the IRS and fall into EFCC's trap. So what she's saying basically is that you can't be moving money from company account to personal account. Create a distinction. I know it's probably going to be a bit difficult, but we'll get there like by along. And if your company is making small money, you make big money too this year. And we should be praying, right? We should be praying to be making 200 million, 500 million there. If you're making movies, for instance, see what Funke is doing right now. They've already crossed the 1 billion naira mark. But it's been a very good example. Funke's movie is showing right now behind the scenes, right? She has already gone beyond 1 billion naira. The government cannot tax that 1 billion, because that money does not belong to her. The cinema chain will collect their own. Some will say about 45%, or in some cases 50 or 55%. They will take. When some other things, some other expenses will, go there. Then the money to budget it, you now have to remove the cost of production of those things. It is what is left, and then you have paid people, paid everything, paid yourself. It is what is left that the government can now tax. So by the time you look at the revenue, it's actually not what it sounds like, but that is going to. What I mean by that is that it's not everything you are hearing right now that is going to our pocket, right? So maybe by the time they remove everything she gets, I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying that's the amount. Let's say from the 1 billion, let's just say it's over 1 billion, but let's say it's 1 billion. I hope she gets to 2 billion by the grace of God, because that will really help her break some records. She's already broken a lot anyway. So let's say she makes 1 billion naira. and what gets to her company is maybe 300, which is still a lot. That money, right, that company will be taxed, right? But then she still has to remove expenses because that 300 million naira is revenue, not profit. What will be taxed is the profit, not the revenue. But she's meant to be, the company will be taxed because our revenue is already more than 100 million naira. But nobody say everything we should collect, we just start tax and say, okay, we are going to collect 30% of your money, or collect 50% of your money. What if in that money, the loan, maybe she took a loan to make the movie, she has to remove it. To remove it, it's what's left that will then be taxed. All right.
Okay, so now
So now the last part is narration or no narration. Narration basically is something people have been saying this for a while now, that if you're sending money to anybody, you must write something under it so that the government will read it. I think it's about to say this again, that it's not like government is looking into everybody's account to know how much you're making and they're going to take anything from it. You are the one that will tell them how much you made, how much you spent, how much is remaining, how much is taxable. You are the one that will determine that. Right? It's not the government that is dipping their hands in your bank account and removing your money. And for most of us, so essentially what's happening is that you will be the one to tell the government. Now, the narration essentially is that I'm sending you a gift, so I write gift. To be honest, at the end of the day, that narration actually helps you as a person in terms of being able to remember what you use the money for. It's not like the government is looking in your bank account and say, okay, okay, school fees, okay. No, it's actually to help you so that when the time comes to talk about income, expenses, and things like that, you will remember where money went. But let me read what she had to say. She says, add descriptions to transfers. Tell your customers when they want to buy something from you to add descriptions. But you see, that description will be useless when you don't even know why it's been added. For freelancers, go and register your service as a company. That's the best advice I can give you. Register as a limited liability company. You already make money. Okay, so let's not jump to that one. So the narration thing I've already explained, Abi. If you are adding description to your stuff, it's not so that you can, so the government can go and read your bank account and know what the money was. It's so that when it's time for you to declare how much you made and how much you spent, it will be easier for you because you can see what the transfer was meant for. Okay, so whether they put description or they don't put description, government doesn't care. They're not coming to look at your bank account to remove money. You are the one that is telling them. But you need those things to be able to know exactly how much. Because let's say, for instance, you spent about, let's say 5 million naira in a year. Let's say you make 20 million naira and for some reason you have spent about 12 million naira. But you didn't note the things that the money was going. Sometimes we spend money, but we don't know what we are using the money for. We know what we're using it for, but we can't remember. I bought something, so you'll be able to narrate it down that 12 million more now, I spent 12 million naira. But if you don't have a record, so it's actually your record, to be honest, right? If you don't have a record, you can go back to your transfer receipts on your bank apps and you can see what the money went into. So it helps you, essentially. It's not like you're writing for the government. Contrary to what people have been saying on social media, if the government doesn't know what you put the money for, they will take it. It's not like that. All right. If you're a freelancer, register your service as a company. She says that's the best advice I can give you. Register as a limited liability company. You already make money in dollars. Most likely, government wants a cut from that. Don't give them. But everything I said in the previous slide about the embezzlement and co also applies to you. I know freelance money is not frequent. Please set aside money per month as salary. Your salary is income to you, but expense to your company. Zero tax on your profit. Only you will pay tax. What she's saying here, what applies to business owners also applies to freelancers. So let's say you are doing Fiverr or Upwork, or you are doing remote work and you're making a ton of money. A lot of you are looking at me right now. You are 7 figures earners. You're just very humble, and I know you are there. Anyway, the point is that register a company. Okay? Now, we know how freelance is. Sometimes you can get a lot of work in a month, and then some other months, things are a bit slow. What she's saying is this. Whatever you make goes into your company account. Okay? But every month, without fail, you have a specific amount that you draw as your own salary. that money that goes into that company account, nobody can tax it. Why? It never reached 100 million naira in terms of revenue. Right? Your company is not making 100 million naira. Even if your company is making up to 100 million naira, no be 100 million then go tax. Now the profit then go tax. So until you reach 100 million naira, you're not even qualified to be taxed. So you now draw your own personal income from that money where they don't pay you, where you don't collect as company. Although you are the only person, but you get the point. So I think it's also the thing where you have to think like an individual working for an organization, even if you're the only person working in that organization. So you draw salary from the organization, right? And then you get to pay tax on what salary you are drawing. So let's say on a monthly basis you make maybe $10,000 or $20,000, right? You can tell yourself every month you want to collect $2,000 or $1,000. But you'd have also thought about it that Oshutioba see business. Okay? So it's only what you are collecting as a person. Your payment is what will be taxed, not the money getting into the company account. I hope that explains it. By the way, remember that you also don't want to do something where every money comes into the company account. Now that you're freelance, you're just carrying everything and using to party. If you go and party with the money from the company, you go escape FIRS, but you go land under EFCC. All right. So what they're saying basically is that money is not your money. But if you're also smart, if you also do I know you're all smart. There's also a smart way of going about it. You can, like I said earlier, you can have expenses, right, that the company bears. Okay, that's the reason your bank managers and your bosses at work really drive their cars. The car is not their own, but the company buy them. Right? If you're looking for expenses on that, they're not the ones that will bear it. So these are the things. I think it's somebody said no go do oblate with company money. Exactly. So you have already said this is how much I'll be collecting per month. I'll be collecting $1,000 or $2,000 from this, maybe $15,000 per month. Any oblate you want to do. Meanwhile, we're spending your money in church. Spend your money for God. Anyway, the point is, whatever you want to do with your money is on that 2,000. But there's something I think I should also say. You know, if you are making the $20,000 or $15,000 per month as a freelancer,
you will discover that your expenses, you also deduct your expenses from that money.
You also deduct your expenses from that money. You know, you're not a company. So, OAC, OAC, OO.
So many lights here right now. What? Generator is on. If it switches, it switches to inverter. All those things.
Generator is on. If it switches, it switches to inverter. All those things. That bill, right, will be on the company because someone has to pay for it. It doesn't make sense that you are paying for it when the money is going to the company. So just think of it like you are a staff in a company, and then the company is getting the money, and then the company pays you. But the company also talks about their own expenses, even though you are the both. But you have to, in a way, find a way to compartmentalize, right? I'm paying fees, I'm paying fuel, I'm paying staff, I'm paying this, I'm paying that, even if you are the only staff. Okay, so I hope we are getting it. We're almost done with this, and I hope you are getting something out of this. It's the last day of the year. We're going to start something new next tomorrow, so might as well do this. So she says here, I know freelance money is not frequent. Please set aside money per month as salary. Your salary is income to you, but expense to your company. Zero tax on your profit. Only you will pay tax. If you're a digital creator, do the same thing. If you trade crypto, do the same thing. It says now to the last one, narration or no narration. Please narrate. Add descriptions to transfer. Tell your customers when they want to buy something from you to add descriptions. But you see, that description will be useless when you don't even know why it's been added. Your narration will only be useful when you know why. The only reason for the narration is to differentiate between taxable income and non-taxable income, and deductible expenses and non-deductible expenses. Again, don't use business account for business purposes. Sorry. Again, I think that's what she meant to write. Use business account for business purposes. Go and open a business account that has the name of your business. So what she's saying is that don't use your personal account for business purposes. When you start saying, company, learn to By the way, please, you can also quickly do this thing. Once you register, just get to a bank, get them your CAC, status of and open a corporate account. For most part, it's free in most banks. So don't use your personal account for business purposes. Open a bank account that has the name of your business. And so for this narration part, she says she'll be focusing on individuals, not businesses. As an individual that earns salary, when your company already removes tax from your salary and pays it into your account, you will not pay tax on the amount again. What does that mean? That some of us, let's say you make way more than 800,000 per month. Say you make 5 million, 10 million, whatever. In some cases, the company could deduct your taxes before paying you. Excuse me. The company could deduct your taxes before paying you. If that happens, you won't have to pay again. All right? When someone gives you a gift and they add it to the narration that it is a gift, gifts are not taxable. So when you are also declaring, just because you find a billionaire in my account does not mean that all of those monies I worked, I had to go and carry something or the investment and whatever. Some of the money can be gift. If it's a gift, government cannot tax it. As a student, your upkeep allowance is not taxable. It has already been taxed from your guardian that's sending to you. As long as you can prove each transaction, they will not be taxed. When you send money between your own accounts, it is not taxable. So let's say, for instance, you have, most of us probably do have this, there's a particular account for utility at home, maybe a card that you can drop at home for fuel, for your generator and things like that. And you now move money from one account to another account. You know the beautiful thing, no matter how many accounts you have, you're using one BVN. So it's still moving within your account. So you can't say, people say, oh, when you move money from this account to another account, they're going to tax you because you're not sending to someone else, you're sending to yourself. So regardless of the fact that you have two different bank accounts, it's still one BVN. So she's saying here that when you send money between your own accounts, it is not taxable. The government will not automatically deduct tax from your account. If they do it, they cannot do it, by the way. They just put it that way. We're almost done. If you are keeping huge sum of money for people, you are doing a job, or you're a class rep collecting money from your classmates for something, tell them to add the right narration or they should pay in cash. Government will not tax your 500 naira in 50 or 100 places because any right-thinking person knows that it was a contribution for something. What they are after is patterned large sums of money that look like income. To the final most annoying misconception, this one annoys me so much. Let's even say that perhaps you did not narrate well and they want to tax you. Nobody is removing 20% of amounts without narration. Please now, the worst that will happen, the amount will be regarded as income and taxed using the personal income tax rate. If it is less than 800K, 0% tax rate. Where are you people seeing 20%? I still don't know. So, like I said, a lot of people have gone to town with misinformation. Nobody's dipping their money, their hands in your account. However, if you don't pay, you have BVN, you have NIN. Maybe they don't catch also. I hope with these few points, educated on these things. We're going to have another conversation on this from time to time. We just talk about these things, and if you're a tax professional, you can also come up to help. Or please, if you're talking about things like this, if you don't know a lot about it, just leave it alone. Because I discovered that sometimes people also want to say, I have an idea. You now come and confuse people. So if you're not come up, don't just be going with what we have right now. But if you're a professional, please feel free to explain and bring. Sometimes they bid to want to contribute. You hear people say things like, I think. If you want, we don't want to hear I think. If you notice, I've not said I think anything. It's not about I think. This is what the law says. And then once we have learned from the professionals, the only thing I'm doing here is just to explain what they are broken down. Okay? And we're going to do this more often, right? Hopefully, with time, we're also going to begin to live like we're in the UK, where things are better structured. But the other stuff I said about moving expenses to your company, we cannot say it all the things here, but it's the best. That's why you notice that if you're rich, you don't spend as much, and it looks like an oxymoron, but it's the reality, because you know how not to spend your money for everything you are. Make the company pay for it, but that's stuff for another day. But thank you very much for being part of today's session. Someone says I've missed. Well, thankfully the video will be on YouTube when we're done, so you'll be able to replay. All right. That was a long one. I hope we got something from all of that tax things.
Once it was about profit sharing.
Once it was about profit sharing.
Let's say you are part of a company and you make more than
it's the same thing now. Let's say you are part of a company and you make more than one. Again, you have to make 100 million. This whole tax thing, your revenue has to be over 100 million for you to even be considered, right? Now, with that company, you are doing profit sharing. The revenue will be taxed before you are doing profit now. You can't, because that money is a profit that has to be taxed before being shared. And once it's taxed and is now shared, I now do not know if they will tax it again as personal income. I don't know. That much I don't want to. Yoruba greatness, Happy New Year. But I know it should be taxed as company if it's over 100 million naira. But if it's not up to 100 million naira, let's say for instance yourself and myself, like 3 of us have a company, and we make 60 million naira, right, in a year, and the profit, let's say the profit is 20. The 20 million naira, we will share the 20 million. The government cannot tax that money because it's not up to 100 million naira. So let's say we share the 20 million naira amongst, or let's say 21 million naira for ease of calculation. Let's say we make 60 million naira, but the profit is 21 million naira. So we share 7 million naira. The 7 million naira each that we have shared, each of us will pay taxes on that money as personal income tax. Okay. So before we even think of the company paying taxes, it means that the revenue itself is over 100 million naira. Happy New Year, sir. Remy guy, good to see you, sir. So your revenue is already over 100 million naira. Again, let me also say this. So from what I've heard and studied from the documents, it is not that your profit must be 100 million, no. It's your revenue that must be above 100 million naira. If your revenue is 100 million and your profit is 10 million naira, they will tax the 10 million naira. So they tax profit, not turnover or revenue. Because from your revenue, you have to pay salaries, you have to take your utilities, you have to do maintenance and things like that. Therefore, you can't just pay taxes on revenue. It doesn't make sense. So it should be on profit after removing your expenses. And if you are not having you know how some companies do. Let me not talk about it here. Just because you have 1 billion naira revenue, they will ask you what's the profit. They will now show you one measly. Man, accountants know how to do it. Don't worry. Accountants are very interested. They will do something. You'll be wondering like, you see some companies, that's when they'll be giving free money to everybody in the company. You know, they'll be giving because they won't tax that money. I saw a video the other day. Someone said somebody gave Kiniko money, and I said this is actually very good, right? It's very, very, very good. But also reduces tax burden. So, for instance, if I declare that I made 1 billion naira, let's say the revenue was, let's say I have a revenue of 20 billion per annum, and my profit is 5 billion. By the time you want to tax me, let's say you tax me like, just example though, as a company, 40%. 40% is right. Now, 40% is of 10 billion. That's 40 billion. That's 4 billion. So I'm left with 6 billion. So the guy will say, you know, from this 10 billion, let's do CSR, right? You move that CSR because it's corporate social responsibility. Remove CSR. You can decide to declare. You know what they say? They declare for your staff. You just declare as bonus. By the time you're telling the government how much you make, even if your revenue is 60 billion naira, it's quite your profit is maybe 10 or 5 or 4, and that's what you're going to pay your profit on. But if you don't do it that way and you just say, come and take your people will be angry with you that they're making so much money and they're still collecting the same salary. There's no benefit in December. Your neighborhood, your community, they don't see the impact of your company in the neighborhood or in the community. But if you remove part of it, you fix the community. You take part of it, you reward your workers, whatever the government will tax. But that's a bit complex, and accountants know exactly what I'm talking about. But to be honest, I think the poor should actually celebrate this tax law. From what we've discussed so far, there is no way this thing is affecting poor people. Someone say, oh, but the rich will collect money from the Kinika. The thing is that you as a person, you are not paying taxes. If you're working in companies, you're not paying taxes. If your company is not making so much money, they're not paying taxes. So why are they going to increase anything on you to pay taxes? And I don't know how people who don't have, excuse me, CBN already says over 90% of us don't have up to 1 million naira in a bank account. Up to 500,000 naira. Share 500,000 naira, 1 million naira in a bank account. So it's not like a lot of us are actually Steve Jobs or anything like that. We are all trying. So you should be the one saying, this is good, let's push it, rather than going against it. Something will go benefit you. You dey fight them because the person where the thing go touch. It go touch some of us, by the way. It's just that, we talk about what's happening in the UK and US, Senate climb. Well, this is what happens in Senate climbs. And I've said it several times. The only thing that I see as the question, or a proper question, or a valid question that people should have and that people should ask is, where exactly is this money going to? But we can't say we're not going to pay taxes, but we'll be shouting in Senate climbs. In Senate climbs, they pay taxes. Now you'll be able to use your mouth say, but we should ask, this money, where will they pay? Now you'll be able to use your mouth say, I'm a taxpayer. You're looking taxpayers' money. You're using taxpayers' money, So let's get used to it. May our nation work. And may God increase you as well in this new year. May you have new opportunities, right? Business opportunities, job opportunities, more money in your pockets, and increase in everything you do. And then, of course, may you start your own businesses. May your businesses also make money. You can be working and investing in stocks or in other people's businesses. May God bless you. Think about it like it's not an opportunity. I was talking with my wife the other day, and I was like, we should pray sometimes that, this money is not going to be bad if they want to tax you. It's actually like, okay, so you are making enough money to even be considered taxable. Like your company is making 200 million naira per annum. That's cool. Anyway, there's a way you can run around some things. By the way, no, let me not say it. Anyway, there's a way you can run around some things. Talk to your accountant; they will advise you. I'm not an accountant, but we've been in this place for a bit. But God will bless you. God will bless you. Hand to mouth. Kò là kò ṣàgbé kò ní jẹ́ tiyín o. Àwọn pé èèyàn kan ò là ẹ̀mọ̀ tí wọ́n kò là kò ṣàgbé. That will not be your portion in 2026 and beyond. You will be blessed. You'll be a blessing to others. You'll be able to give and make other people's lives better. You also will become better in every way in the new year. In Jesus' name. Amen. Having said that, let's go back to our news, and then I'll bring people up. Just one more news item that will bring people up. And I hope we learn some access. Someone say, Kola Kolu. And to back in the point, one of my allow accountants got one of the buy the Koshe, what's so, but what's the also. All right, we're back to the news. Just one, and then I'll bring people up. So this person, I don't know if he's a representative of the United States of Biafra, but they have some important information for us. After this, I'll bring people up, then I'll take people down to now discuss the matter that I want to talk about, 1966 Coup. But I'm not talking about the topic directly. I'm responding to a video made by an elderly person who interestingly happens to be a Yoruba person. But ethnicity does not confer, accuracy, historical accuracy. Ethnicity does not confer historical accuracy. You could be Yoruba and be wrong. We'll get to that later. So let's listen to this gentleman talk about Nnamdi Kanu. If you'd like to come up, please send your request. I'll bring you up soon. Once I do, please mute, and then you get a chance to talk. Let's hear this guy first. Take a listen, please.
3 days, and we are counting down. The next coming days will be very brutal, rough in the whole of the Southeast. And I want to specifically tell the Nigerian terrorist government that if they don't release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, hell will break loose in Nigeria very soon, because we have done it legally. You people want to change the law when it comes to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What more, Nigerians, can we tell you people? What more, Biafrans, can we tell you people? That a man that did not pass through the 4 walls of law school is quoting the law for the Nigerian judiciary. A man that didn't go through the 4 walls of law school or in anywhere studied law is quoting Nigerian law to them. Bintanyako does not know the law. The federal government lawyer does not know the law. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, and this is what we're standing on, that the laws of Nigeria is a shrine to injustice and it can never be subjected to it. Any one of you to tell me if there is anybody in Nigeria that can speak the way Mazi Nnamdi Kanu spoke on the 10th of this month, February, challenging the judiciary because they are all corrupt. Tinubu is a corrupt man. Want to jail my leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And I want to remind the drug lord, Tinubu, the certificate forger, the man that the daughter is older than. I want to remind you one thing, that you can never jail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, not on this earth. You can never jail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, not on this planet earth. Tinubu, you can never jail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu goes to jail for no reason, we will burn Nigeria to the ground. Because we have given you time, we have given the Nigerian terrorist government opportunity to try Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And all what this man did was to destroy the Nigerian judiciary with the truth. And they are now changing the laws that concern him. We can no longer stand and watch this evil happen before us. If you do not release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we are saying it openly that Nigeria will be a child's play in the nearest future. We are tired of your shenanigans. We are sick and tired of your manipulations. Igbos are human beings. You cannot continue to subject us to all manner of intimidation in Nigeria. That can never happen again. You kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya, brought him to Nigeria to try him on treasonable and whatever charges you brought up against him. This man defeated you in your court, yet you refused to allow him to go. A man that is telling the Attorney of Federation what their law is, the Chief Justice of Federation what their own law is, quoting the laws of Nigeria to them. What more can you ask of that country? The country is completely gone. You do not have a right. And I repeat, you do not have that right to jail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And this is where we stand. All Biafrans are standing in this very ground to tell you that you don't have the right. You are a thief, Tinubu. You are a...
You know, in nonsense, there is sense. The sense in what he said, the entire nonsense he just put out. The sense there is that Tinubu cannot jail Nnamdi Kanu. That's the truth. He couldn't, he hasn't, he can't, but he's in jail. And someone wrote in the comments, the reason I was laughing at that, someone says, may Almighty grant Biafra Igbos their 5 plots. The entire 5 plots does not belong to Igbo. Sorry, what do you call it 5 plots? The entire 5 states in the southeast region does not belong to the Igbos. But let me read what you first said. You said, may Almighty grant Biafra Igbos their 5 plots of land in 2026. Amen. Through referendum. The first thing is that the leaders have to move that motion in the National Assembly, come up with a secession clause, referendum, and then they can have what they want to have. I feel sorry for people caught up in all of this because I've said it before. They used to, I don't know. Do Igbos go to school? And I have friends who are Igbos and they're educated. So I'm answering myself. I'm answering the question because I don't know. You will say things that are verifiable, you can even provide evidence, they'll still curse you out. That Imo State has the job people in it, the Egbema in Imo, that if you go to Abia State, there are Anna people in Abia State, that if you go to Ebonyi State, there are Koring people in Ebonyi State, and they are not Igbos. If you go to Enugu and Anambra State, you'll find Igala and Idoma people there. It's not 100% Igbos, although they have been marginalized, in quotes, because that's the word they like to use. Everybody will be all right. But I just wanted to play that to tell you how things are going on the matter. Now let's bring people up to respond to this stuff, and then we can get into our topic much later. Please, when you got up, please mute, and then we'll call on you to make your submission. Okay, let's do it this way. Constance, our own are praying for that referendum. I mean, I think there should be a referendum. Really, there should be. Flower says there are Igbos in Benue, Kogi, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Delta, Edo Rivers. How do we reconcile it all? Just talk to your leaders.
I want them to be able to decide to stay or leave.
Whatever, I mean, I want them to be able to decide to stay or leave. I can assure you, out of 100, 90% of them will tell you they want to stay in Nigeria. But they better vote to leave, because this disturbance is too much. They will say they want to stay. Everybody will be all right. Okay. So yeah, hopefully we have 58 representatives from the Southeast, 15 senators and 43 folks in the House of Representatives. So rather than pushing this indigenous bill, they should be pushing for secession bill. By the way, what I'm saying right now, Justice Omotosho said the same thing. Go through the legal process, push out the legislature, and then do what you have to do, have a referendum, decide if you want to stay, if you want to leave, and that's it. But you can't claim you want to leave a country, yet your representatives are asking to become indigenous of other people's territories after living there for 10 years. All right, let's have our contributors. Let's start with CEO. Good evening, CEO. I don't know if CEO is there. You can't talk again. You have stepped out. Oh, okay, that's all right. Let's go to Obalufon. Hello, Obalufon. Have you stepped out as well? Okay, we'll come back to Obalufon. Dark Poet, good evening.
Good evening, Prof. Good evening, everyone. I have understood this tax reform. I've understood it from the beginning because I actually read it, and this is the problem with a lot of people. That is all this content, negative content created online. Let's start differentiating them. I've read it. I understood it. This law is actually a bit similar to the UK law because I've read the UK law. Because there's an amount that is taxable, and there's a certain amount from that same money that is not taxable. But the slight difference now there is this: the UK is taxing its masses more than the top people, while here they are trying to tax the top people and reduce the masses tax. But any sane person can read that and understand. But it's like I used to say this. A lot of people think they are educated until you give them all this simple analogy, and they will still not understand. This thing, on the long run, is one of the advantages is that it's meant to cover more people who are earning way above and not paying tax. A lot of people doing crypto are not paying tax. A lot of people doing there are a lot of sectors that are not paying up to what they should be paying. One of the reasons for this is one of the reasons why it's not even targeted at the masses at all. It's even done to even help the masses more. But it's like the top 1% of they understand the lower 99% more than anybody. They understand them. Just one or two narrative influencers and one or two media, this thing. Everybody is singing their song. That is what they do, and they've been doing, and they still keep on doing it. That's why when people tell me, oh, they are educated enough to know their right from left, I will just be laughing. If you know your right from left, they don't need to explain this thing to you. Just go there, read it, and read and understand, and you will know that this thing is actually for your own favor. So that is one. That is one thing about it. This one that is the last video audio that you played. Those ones are jokers. I don't see them as important as important anymore, because they know an easy right channel. I do tell people, these people don't want to go. They don't. They just like claiming victim every time. Because if you want to go, they tell you this is the process. If you believe majority of you want to go, just go through the process and go. But you leave the process and you start shouting, we want to go, we want to go. Process, you abandon. Your people in the House of Assembly, House of Senate, everything, you abandon. But you come, we want to go. It's always on social media. That is what they're doing. They want to control narrative, and they are not good at it. Even control narrative, they are not even good at it. But they just like the noise, victimhood every time. God will heal them, as you normally tell them. God will heal them, and God will help them to go if they want to go. We don't mind. You go. You are okay. You want to stay. You are welcome. So far, we are doing what we need to do in our own region and thriving. If you are not thriving, or most of them are not going to carry slippers and nylon bag, come here almost every week and come and make money in our region, and you still keep on bad mouthing the same region. The same region, you keep on bad mouthing it, and they say if you abuse the land, the crops will not grow for you in the land once you keep abusing the land. Thank you for now.
Thank you very much for that submission, Dark Poet. Let's go to Yoruba greatness. I'm going to bring up Tom Chido later. Once he's done speaking, I'll bring you up, please. Yoruba greatness, please go on.
Okay, as you have already announced my proclamation for 2026, my prayer is for the Igbo Biafroids to leave Nigeria. I have set it as my main campaign. Baba God, please, 2026, let the Igbo Biafroids achieve their referendum and let them go. Let them leave In fact, first stage is to leave Yoruba land, then to leave Nigeria, so that we can all have peace. But it should not exceed those 5 plots of land. And if it's not 5 plots, then the little plots that is there, I'm visualizing that door to squeeze them all into that place, to squeeze them in. Because we do not want any of those fake drugs, selling of illicit drugs, taking over our markets, especially in my Lagos state, nefarious businesses, prostitution, racketing, and the likes. We don't want it on our land anymore. So I am in full support of your Biafroid, your 5 plots of land. I have told my fellow Yorubas, I am campaigning for you, so that your Biafroid land will come into actualization. 5 plots only. And even if it is 1 plot, I have the door ready to squeeze all of you in there. Yes. I am campaigning, I'm on your side for that your Biafroid. That your Biafroid land that is there, the 5 plots, may it be actualized in 2026. May your referendum be actualized in 2026. This is my campaign for you. I am in full support of it. And this is my submission. Busui, you saw that I put the campaign. That is my prayer. My major prayer for 2026 is for the Biafroid Igbos to leave Yoruba land and to leave Nigeria. I will pray for the Spirit of God, Baba God. Please allow their leaders to remove that indigenous bill and replace it with the referendum that they want, so that that door that I have to squeeze them into that 5 plots or 1 plot of...
Okay. God will answer your prayers.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So someone on YouTube is saying the government should put a secession. I think that's what he meant. That's Ismaila Ayuba. The government should put a secession clause in the constitution and conduct the referendum in the southeast, but the other groups that are not Igbo should decide where they prefer. There's no government including secession clause. That's not how it works. There has to be a bill, right? Someone has to move the motion in Parliament, whether House of Reps or Senate. They should move that motion, and they have 58 representatives in Abuja, 15 senators, 43 House of Reps members. One of them can move. By the way, it takes one person. The person moves it, gets people to support them. And I think at this rate, because let me tell you why I'm saying he has to be one of them. Because if a person comes to you and says to you, I want to leave, and then you tell the person, leave, and it goes, oh, you bigot, you tribalist. Even if I know a way to let you go, I will have to ensure that you are the one who does it. So what will happen is this. Circumstances will probably be put in place to ensure that one of their own moves that motion, and then they will get it. Then they will now vote whether they want to leave or stay. And what they are going to get will be their own land. For instance, you want to have your nation. If you are really interested in having a nation and you think you are enough, like Somaliland, that Israel just recognized some days ago. You want to be like Somaliland, have your own nation. Number one, you move to your nation. You can't be staying in other people's places and be trying to get back into your space. No, you move back to your space. That's number one. Number two, your own people will determine how they want to proceed. In other words, instead of expending so much energy and money on people like Nnamdi Kanu, you spend money on your representatives, you lobby, you get people to actually move the motion to include secession clause in the constitution. Then you vote to leave. And when you are leaving with your land. It's not about, there's nothing like other people that are not Igbos must be part of. No, you move with your land. You create your country. And who knows, you just might become the Dubai of Africa. Who knows? I mean, you're very smart people. You're very intelligent. You know, you have a lot of billionaires. They may wear singlets, but they're very rich. So all these people can, come together and build an El Dorado in the south. And that'd be very, very nice. You could have skyscrapers. You could build a Singapore or something, and everybody will come and learn from you. But just be your own space. And I think any sane person would want that, right? What you wouldn't want as a sane person is to want to take other people's lands or to blackmail others with leaving, not because you want to leave, but because you want to use it as leverage. Leverage. Like you're saying that, I want to leave, but you really want something. The only people that do that are the people that contribute something to the country that the country cannot do without. If you say you want to leave and you have nothing that the country cannot do without, why do you think that would be a leverage to getting what you really want to get? Which is what I said a number of times. I will say it so that you can give me what. Number one, there's nobody is owed anything in this country. All of us are in the hands of God. May God show us mercy. But there's no ethnicity in this country that is owed presidency, which is actually what these people think. It doesn't even take a lot of wisdom to understand what this is all about. But yes, let's have that secession clause. I agree with you. And someone says they should leave in 2026 in peace. I mean, I'm not saying that anybody should go anywhere, but I'm saying they should be able to decide if they want to stay or leave. They should be able to decide if they want to stay or leave. And since they've been disturbing everybody for years, they started talking about this thing in 1963. They might as well pack their bags and baggages, like we say, and be on their way, because that's what they want apparently. All right, we'll go to one more person. There's someone in the comment section. Yes, Thumb Chido, I mentioned you earlier. So let's have your submission and then we'll go on. It's 7:05. We're going to end early today, by the way. Oh, there's a lot of noise in the background. There's a lot of noise in the back. Can you change your location, please?
Hello, Thumb Chido.
Hello, Thumb Chido.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. Thank you for your explanation about the tax. Yeah, it showed that you are very educated about that. That's
small.
That's very, very, very interesting. You know, we need people like you in Nigeria, not only in government, too. And in about the African thing, what is there is that we are not in Nigeria. We are in Nigeria now. We are in Nigeria now. So the only thing is that we have to talk about the issue of Nigeria to make it to work. But if it's not working, what is it like that the Afra issue is more popular because of Nnamdi Kanu now is in prison. Another different thing is that it's not only the Afra issue. Sometimes they go, we do want to go, like Sunday Igboho. The only difference that he's not in Nigeria, he's outside country. You know, and another 13 point is that Tinubu is president. He's a Yoruba guy, you know, so that's why everything calm about that, you know. But Sunday Igboho is coming back with the Yoruba nation, whether that is it. So when Tinubu no more president, Sunday Igboho is coming back within the Yoruba nation. So that is it. So we all know that Nigeria is not working, and we are trying to make it to work since we are born. Since we are born.
Let me read one second, Thumb Chidi. I want to read you some. I want to read the news. I want to read the news of something that happened 3 days ago.
Okay.
There's a lot of noise. There's a lot of noise in the background. This is from December 26, 2025. You know what? Thank you very much, by the way. Nigerian police arrest 8 Yoruba Nations agitators in Ogun for unlawful assembly. 1 second. I don't think I've mentioned this stuff. We'll talk about Sunday, but I know where you're going, but just give me a second. I want to read you the news. This happened a few days ago, by the way. For some reason, I didn't talk about it, but now that you have, I knew where you were going from the beginning. I was just laughing like, this is quite interesting. So let's read from Punch newspaper, I think. Yeah, let's do Punch. So you say, oh, because Tinubu is the president, Sunday Igboho is doing this and that. This is December 26, 2025. Police arrest 8 Yoruba Nation agitators over roadblock assault in Ogun State. The Ogun State Police Command has arrested 8 suspects over an alleged breach of public peace, unlawful assembly, obstruction of traffic, and assault on police officers following a disturbance linked to the Democratic Republic of the Yoruba group in parts of Songwater. The incident reportedly occurred on Thursday, with the arrest confirmed by the police public relations officer, DSP Oluseyi Babasheyi, in a statement made available to journalists on Friday. That's this last Friday. According to Babasheyi, the disturbance took place at the Midire Junction and the underbridge area of Songwater, where members of the group allegedly barricaded roads and disrupted vehicular movement. He stated, on the 25th December 2025, Christmas Day, at Temidire Junction and underbridge Songwater, a group agitating under the aegis of Democratic Republic of the Yoruba unlawfully barricaded roads, set bonfires, disrupted the free flow of traffic, and attacked police officers deployed to maintain law and order. Upon receiving the report, police operatives swiftly mobilized to the affected locations, successfully dispersed the group, and arrested the following suspects: Adewale Shosonya, male, aged 48; Okoyemi Oladotun, male, aged 31; Zara Gabriel, female, aged 22; Ajoke Gabriel, female, aged 19; Adewale Adebomojo, female, or Adebomojo, female, age 48. Yusuf Tanimowo, male, age 40. Olurotimi Ademola, male, age 52. And Toyin Gabriel, female, aged 40. This happened last week. If you think that because the president is Yoruba, that's everything is right, people are still agitating. Some people, this group, they used to come on my platform on YouTube, and I'll tell them what I always say. There is a process. No matter what you think in your head, Nigeria is not a banana republic. No matter if you think, oh, it doesn't really, they don't know anything, there is a process. They pick these people up. We did not hear from Yoruba people saying it's because they are Yoruba. That's why we are different from you. You don't have mirrors at home. You guys have stethoscopes. You're always looking at what's happening to other people's places. That's stethoscopes, no, telescopes. You have telescopes. You're always looking at what's happening to other people. You don't know how to actually self-assess. You don't understand self-examination, self-assessment, introspection. Those are not in your dictionary. If things happen, they did not happen because you are Igbo. They happen because what you are doing is illegal. These are Yoruba people that were arrested on Friday. They were not arrested because they were Yoruba. They were arrested because what they were doing was illegal. Do I support what the government did? Yes.
There is a process. It may be long.
If you want to have a separate nation, there is a process. It may be long, but that's the process in the nation. And if you say you want to go against the government and come up with your own guerrilla, whatever, that's fine. But be ready when the government also fights back.
Even if you don't like what the law says.
This has nothing to do with ethnicity, but the law of the land. Even if you don't like what the law says, that's what the law says. Proper, you can go and live somewhere else. So what you are insinuating, right? Oh, you see what's happening with Yoruba people. We see what's happening with Igbo people. They chose this one. This one's abroad. You don't know what's happening in the news apparently, because this happened on Thursday, last Christmas. It's not even up to 1 week yet. And they're Yoruba people. And the president is Yoruba. Ethnicity does not somehow change illegality to lawful activities. If you do nonsense, they will deal with you. So maybe you guys should learn how to actually do things right. And if somebody is telling you to stop doing something wrong, stop saying they're doing it because you are Igbo. It's not because you are Igbo. These ones are also, they are Yoruba, 8 of them. And if you notice, by the way, let me just quickly say this so you can continue. If you notice, you don't hear Yoruba people saying this is happening to them because they're Yoruba. You don't hear it. This is happening to these ones because they constituted a nuisance in public. They're dry. When they speak, I've listened to them. I'm like, oh, we must do this, we must do that. And the funny thing is that ask these people, including your own Biafra, what's your plan after you get your nation? It's just smokes, nothing. Just anger and vibes. Oh, Nigeria is bad. They'll not be telling all the things that are bad about Nigeria. Oh, Nigeria is Ginkgo. Oh, Nigeria is Ginkgo. When you build your own, you have local governments, you are not doing anything there, but you want to come and become your own nation. It is well. But again, it's not because you are Igbo, it's because what you are doing is unlawful. Please continue, Tom Chidi.
No, you make a very big point here. It's normal. It's when the president acting according to the law, you know. But the people who are doing it, they know that what they are doing is illegal, but they just want to notice. You understand? You know, well, it is, they know that what they are doing is illegal, so they just want to be noticed. It's like when somebody goes on protest against the government, illegal protest. You know, government will confront them. It's the same thing. You know, but what I'm saying is that the point is that if Nigeria is good today for every, you know, nobody will love to. Everybody will love our country. You know, we don't have.
Can I ask you a question? So let's engage for a bit. May I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Was Nigeria working for everybody in 1967?
90s, I was not born on that. I don't.
But we all studied history. That's why we went to school now.
You know, I access that. You know, since I was born, or you was our generation, for example. We are praying that Nigeria will build. We are any president.
Okay, so let's say you don't know what happened. okay, so wait, let's say you know what happened in 67, 66, 63. By the way, what happened is that 67, 66, 63, Iwepo were trying to break out of Nigeria even back then. That's okay. But let's talk about now. Since you say we're not born.
Exactly.
Is Scotland doing, I mean, is the UK fine? Like, is UK nice? Is the country okay? Well, Scotland also wants to break out of the UK. Self-determination has nothing to do with prosperity or lack.
No, exactly.
It's a desire of the people to govern themselves. You have a right. Me, you have a right to want to have an Igbo nation. That Biafra thing is nonsense, by the way, because that's other people's land. And the people did not say they want to be with you. You want to have your own nation, you have a right. But there is a process. Follow that process and you get it. It may take a while. Some of these things might take 10 years, 20, 30. Look at all the nations that, I mean, Somaliland is getting, hopefully, with what's happening right now, although AU is speaking against it, but Israel has recognized them. Other countries are recognizing them now. Maybe it will happen for you people too. But let me ask you a question. Why do you want Biafra and not Igbo nation?
If you ask me, I would say Igbo nation, because Biafra, number one, I don't know the meaning. I was born, then I hear Biafra. So it's like inheritance. So when, from example, the Oduduwa, you know the meaning, they want to Oduduwa Rubaland. But Biafra...
See, try and stick to your story. Leave Oduduwa. Why do you want Biafra and not Igbo land? Okay.
If you ask an Igbo man, if it's only Igbo nation, that is another thing. But it's not only Igbo nation. It's because
I'm talking to you, you as a person.
Yeah.
Why do you want Biafra and not Igbo nation?
The question is somehow, because if Igbo nation or Biafra nation is not the same.
What's Biafra?
They are not though.
It's the same thing now. Because
okay. What's Biafra? Which area in present-day Nigeria is part of Biafra?
You know, we have to be sincere in everything. Normally, it's not Igbo man that named Biafra. It was other tribes.
It's not other tribes. It was one man. His name was Frank. It was one man.
Yes.
I'm not talking about. It's not even Effiong. Effiong is Akwa Ibom. This one was Ijo. The question I'm asking is this: why do you want Biafra and not Igbo nation?
Why we want
and what is the definition of Biafra? Like right now, if you look at Nigeria as Nigeria days, so now we have 36 states. Which part of Nigeria makes up what you want?
You know, I know where you are going, but you know, when the time comes, in the times of to know who is Biafra, who don't know who is not Biafra, it's not.
Jesus Christ! You are like Obio? You are like Peter Obio? You are the same.
I understand what you are saying. It's not like Yoruba tribes or Hausa tribe or Igbo tribe. We determine where is territory. You understand me?
I'm not determining your territory. I'm asking you a question. What is okay? Define Biafra. Which states in Nigeria now make up Biafra?
I cannot, you know, that's what I'm telling you. I want to be sincere. We are talking about sincerity. I don't have to claim what I don't. I don't have to claim what I don't. What is not my.
Okay, own. So do you want an Igbo nation?
Yes. Yes.
Do you want an Igbo nation?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want Biafra?
It's this. I don't have. I don't want two nations. Now. I want one. The most important.
So it's just Igbo nation.
Yeah. What is there is that the problem we have in Nigeria, we have different tribes and different languages.
Really?
You understand me now? And that's why we.
I don't understand you. I lie.
No. I'm trying to explain to you so you understand me.
Oh, okay.
You understand me? That's why, you know, when, for example, now, if we have one language, whether in England they have one language, they're speaking only English. When they are in the House of Assembly, there is trust there. They're speaking their mother language. The same thing. If Igbo have
so, are they speaking Igbo in House of Assembly in Abia State, Ebonyi?
No. That's not Nigeria.
Anambra.
We are working according to Nigerian Constitution. We are talking when you call the federal. You understand me? In the federal to decide federal decisions. You understand me? So now there's no trust because of language.
But you have as House of Assembly, like houses of assembly in the five southeast.
They can't understand the Hausa or Yoruba. You cannot understand.
No. There are only Igbo people there in Abia State House of Assembly. They only speak. They are mostly Igbo. Let me use that word. In Abia, in Ebonyi, in Enugu. So why are they not changing that thing there at this moment? Is that something hampering them in Nigeria?
No, we are not talking. We are still in Nigeria, so we are still under Nigerian law. So there's whether it's the same thing. Even another tribe can come there and contest the same thing in any press, you know. So, but if you understand what I mean. The problem
I don't understand what you mean.
The problem we are having in Nigeria is what they call governance. For example, now, if we have a system, for example, I want Nigeria to work. Nobody wants to go. But the problem is that everyone.
Wait.
Not that it's
wait. You want Igbo nation, but you don't want to go.
No. That's another thing. We are doing, if Nigeria is not working. Everybody.
Let's say it doesn't. It's not working. It's not working. You want to go.
Then we want to go. Then we have to go in the times of that time. It's not now. It's not about assistance. We have to go according to old regional governance. The old Eastern region.
Now we are here now.
The old Western.
Wait. Now we are here now. We are where we were. We have arrived.
No.
Hold on, my brother. Hold on. I want us to talk. Like today, I just think we can chill.
Yeah.
You just mentioned old Eastern region. That's not Igbo land. That's not Igbo nation. Old Eastern region is not Igbo nation.
But that's the Biafra.
That's why they said they didn't want to be part of the Biafra in 1967.
No, it's not about what people, when you come to for example, the same thing in one family. Somebody will say, I don't love.
They are not part of your family. Listen, hold on. I think we should talk about. Hold on.
It's only one.
Hold on, please. 1914. The British amalgamated North and South. So we have Southern Protectorate, Northern Protectorate. Then 39 decided talking about Eastern, they were breaking it into East and West. It wasn't region yet, but Eastern Province, Western Province. That was in 1939.
Yeah.
The Oyibo created the Eastern region. You are not the same. The Oyibo created Northern region. North is not one ethnicity.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
The Oyibo, the British created East, at the time it was called Eastern Province. In 1939, then it became a region much later in the 50s. The point is, what you're talking about, when you say things like, all this region began, I'm going to find you the date. Province was in 39. Everything ended in 1967.
It was province from 39 to 47.
It was. I just remember now. It was province from 39 to 47. Richard's constitution was when it became Eastern region. The entire Eastern region lasted 20 years. It's not something that was ancient or from the time of God created heaven and earth. It was created in 1947. And it ceased existing in 1967. But you are holding on to it as though it's nature. It's not nature. It was a creation of the Oyibo.
Yeah.
Somebody says the Western region is the same. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, of course.
Hold on. I'm going to mute you, please, so I can respond to the people in the comment section. How was the Western region created? The same way in 1939, the region was created in 1947, but it was part of the Southern region until 1939. But in 63, the Midwest was carved out of the Western region. You don't hear me talking about I'm going back to the old Western region. The Midwest said they wanted something different. There was a whole, what's it called now? Commission of Inquiry. It was called the Willings Commission, and they talked about it. The document was produced in 1958. The start is 57, produced document is 58. Willings Commission, the report is somewhere here. Now, they decided to excise the Midwest in 63. I mean, thanks to Azikiwe and the rest of the gang. And they cut them off. If you are talking about your urban nation, let's even say we want to have a nation. I don't care for the Midwest. In the whole of that place, the only people I care for, to be honest, is, well, let me not say the only people. In terms of politics, the people I really care for politically are Shekiri, Olukumi, and the Yoruba people in Edo State. That's all. I don't care what they are doing in those places. Why? It's not my business. Your problem is you don't know how to let go of what was not even yours in the beginning. And I'll tell you why. And people should hear this. The reason you cannot let go is because of what you benefit from the arrangement. In 39, when the Eastern Province was created, you were not in charge. You didn't really understand what was going on. In 47, when it became Eastern Region, instead of Eastern Province, it became Eastern Region in 47, you began to notice how things were working. And then you began to want stuff, you began to clamor for stuff. And then by the time you got into power in the even the 1940s, and that's why you discovered that by the way, old Eastern Region was not just the South-South and the Southeast. By the way, part of South-South today was in the Western Region. We all know that. Delta was in the Western Region. Edo State was in Western Region. Delta State was in Western Region. Parts of Bayelsa was in Western Region. But you may not. I'm sure you know this. Parts of Cameroon was also in the Eastern Region.
The entire Southeast was in the Eastern Region. Cross River,
right. So the entire Southeast was in the Eastern Region. Cross River, Akwa.
There was something your elders did that made those people kick against Igbo people.
There was something your elders did that made those people kick against Igbo people.
Southern Cameroon was in the Eastern
I said Eastern Region, Flower. Southern Cameroon was in the Eastern Region. Let's walk with me. What did they do? What did your elders do that made them say they were not doing again? They literally had to vote and had a referendum in order to get out of Nigeria because of the treatment from the Igbos. And there are documents that goes back, I have a document that goes back all the way to 1948 and how they got them out of certain places in Cameroon, the Igbo people. What happened there eventually happened much later when you took advantage of what people had in their regions. Let me tell you the reason you won't be Biafra. I'll tell you. You may not like it, but I'll tell you. Your region is blessed, just like every region. I think it is not as blessed as other regions. You have land scarcity. So you don't have a lot of land, whether for planting or for real estate, which is the primary reason for cutting the people in the South-South, present South-South, into this whole Biafra thing. There are 3 reasons you wanted those people. 3 reasons. Land, oil, and access to the sea. That's all. There's nothing like you want them, you are brothers. You are not brothers. You did not know them. The only time you met them was when the Oyinbo caught you together in 1939 and they made you a region in 1947. And the experiment lasted for 20 years. But for some weird reason, you can't let go. Here's my question to you. If they tell you they don't want to be part of it, what are you going to do about it? Can you not just have your own Igbo nation and be on your own?
Answer the question now.
Hey, answer the question now.
No, they don't have to. 1 second. No, they don't have to have a referendum.
No, they don't have to. 1 second. No, they don't have to have a referendum.
You want to break out of Nigeria. You will have your referendum in your space.
You are the ones who want. You want to break out of Nigeria. You will have your referendum in your space. They don't have to have any referendum. They didn't have any meeting with you to want to leave now. They don't have to.
No, you don't have to say it. They don't have to, because they are the same.
Everybody.
They have to ask everybody in Eastern Region.
Everybody.
Yes.
There's no Eastern Region again.
No, there is, because you cannot use this one because they do divide and rule. Now you have succeeded. You have succeeded to divide our brothers out of Eastern Region.
Let me ask you a question. Tell me the history. Tell me the history. Tell me the history of the Ibibio.
It can't work like that.
Tell me. Wait 1 second. Tell me how. Wait. Tell me how Ibibio history connects with Igbo history. You say you're brothers.
Let me tell you that we are having the same market there. With a woman that the same culture, the same wear.
So where do you live?
I'm not.
Where do you live?
We are having the same market.
Where do you live? No. Where do you live, my brother? Where do you live?
Where I stay.
Do you live in Nigeria?
No,
I'm. Do you live in Nigeria or abroad?
No, in Munich. I'm in Munich. Yeah. So let me tell you now. You know what is there is that where you don't have to tell Igbos to go after succeeding dividing and rule. After succeeding, thinking that you are smart. After
hold on.
No,
there's a lot of business. Tom Chidi. Okay, see, take 1 minute. Wait, take 1 minute. Round up. I have to respond to the things you are saying. The things you are saying. Let's leave today's topic. No. In fact, I understand. Are you done?
No, I want to say something. We are making individual.
Okay,
opinions. We are making
take 1 minute. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we are making individual opinions. It's not about the law. When the time comes, there are professionals who are going to decide how everything will work. But what I want for Nigeria is let's have a regional government. Like we have a prime minister, then we have the Western region, they have their own president. The East, they have their own president. Then Central, that's like England, how they rule there, United Kingdom, or like in Germany, they have the same thing. They have their own regional president, then they have center, prime minister. And it's working for them. Because Nigeria is too big. Nigeria is too big to go for one person. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that we make it
guys.
Work. And the people who are praying for Biafra to come, you pronounce it well. If you say Biafra, it's not Biafra. If you pray, if they let your pronouncement well, so that the gods will hear. Because when you say Biafra, it's not correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Now, when you hear him speak right now, you would not believe that Ironsi was Igbo. That what he's asking for right now was what Nigeria had before Ironsi came with fellow Igbos to destroy the structure Nigeria had in '66. It's easier to destroy than to build. You don't have to be smart to destroy. You can just get a matchbox, a bottle of petrol, you can burn down things. To build is another thing entirely. And when he was doing it, it was not an Ironsi project, just to be clear. It was Ironsi, it was Igbo politicians, it was Igbo lecturers and academicians, or what you call intellectuals, and Igbo people, regular people, supported what Ironsi did. I'm going to read something to you. I read it earlier today. I'm going to read it one more time. This is from the educated elite in Nigerian society. Since the last event, this is what Igbo intellectuals said in 1966. May. This was published in Mbeyi Collections Biafra Newsletter, Volume 1, Number 8. They published it on 1st March 1968, but it has become crystal clear that the former leaders of the Action Group have, as predicted, joined forces with the former leaders of the NNDP in a renewed battle against Easterners. Recent events have further demonstrated that these leaders are clearly striving to counter the efforts of the military regime to forge national unity. In this respect, the Western leaders are one with the Northern leaders who are similarly opposed to a unitary system of government in Nigeria. And all of them are anxious that the country should revert to the old federal structure, which, as everyone knows, was the principal cause of most of the woes of the First Republic. The people who changed the structure were your people. This is not about trading blame games. It's about, like, you cannot do something, destroy the structure, benefit from the chaos, and then once it doesn't benefit you anymore, you then turn around and say that original structure, that's what we really want, and act as if you never really were part of it. And by the way, I'm not just talking about Ironsi. Read the book by Adewale Ademoega, Why We Struck. He mentioned how Ironsi pushed unity decree because of NCNC, which was already Igbolized. Guys, 1 second. A person can come, like an innocent person that comes from a place where, let's say for instance, you are Tiv, you are Idoma, right? Or you are Angas, or you are Oron. Where's that book? Or you are Oron, and then you come around and say, oh, I don't like the way they run this country, I want a better structure. Oroma Adulenwe. But you can't come from the southeast and be talking about how Nigeria should be structured. The book is inside. Right. I really wish it was here. 1 second. I'll get someone to bring it out to me. I think it's inside.
You had a structure where your folks.
You had a structure where your folks redesigned Nigeria in their own image, and they dominated everywhere. No, not this one. Bring everything you find there.
Everywhere. By the way, let me read some things before I find out.
They're dominated everywhere. By the way, let me read some things before I find out the book. The self-styled leaders and spokesmen of the Igbo people, mainly university intellectuals, argued passionately that it would be wrong to see the Igbo as grabbers of most of the offices in the country. This is why they did the unitary system. Rightly considered, they contended they deserved to hold these posts by virtue of their special talents. They were superior to other ethnic groups in culture and civilization, in quote. They were the most receptive to new ideas and the most able to assimilate them. Bring everything you find there. Just bring out the books you find there. Excuse me. They were superior to other ethnic groups in culture and civilization. They were the most receptive to new ideas and the most able to assimilate them. It would be most unfair and unjust for any other people in Nigeria, particularly the Northerners, to wish to dominate Nigeria. Thank you. This is the book. It would be most unfair and unjust for any other people in Nigeria, particularly the Northerners, to wish to dominate Nigeria, for Northern Nigeria lacked education and culture and was never in a position to contribute to the advancement or progress of the country. Here's the point. When you turn things around and scatter everywhere, you eat in the chaos. You thrive in chaos. When people, and I was talking to somebody the other day, what the Northerners are doing, you are insulting them. Yeah, fair enough. They have taken all the power. Fair enough. What you don't realize is this: they did not create the system. The Northerners would never have dared to create a unitary constitution in Nigeria. They could not have thought about it. And I'm not saying they are perfect. Nobody is perfect. Nobody only pass. But they would not have thought about it. How do I know? In 1954, London Constitutional Conference, Outlaw moved the motion for inclusion of secession. With all these faults, Sardauna supported it.
The idea of a federal system was ingrained in them.
As if we went against it. The idea of a federal system was ingrained in them. Except, of course, you have someone that would just want everybody to be together, but and not even have any secession plans. Then when it came to time, when you start talking about the kind of system Nigeria should have, the West wanted federal system. The North wanted what the West wanted, although in a different way, but they also wanted a federal system. The East, in the 40s, Zeke started by talking about federal system. By 1950, he was talking about having unitary system. By 1951, to be exact. After they have successfully turned the NCNC into an Igbo party, they pushed it for 15 years. I'll read some to you. Give me a second. I'm going to read. I have to find this page. Oh, dear Lord. I hope I find it. What's that? Iran Siva. So it has to be before. 1 second, please. It's got to be before this one. Somewhere here. So I want to read Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyega. I know it's supposed to be on this side, but I have to find that page. Because I don't like it when people come on stage to tell you how Nigeria should be structured, when you literally benefited from the destruction of the structure, and then now you're waxing lyrical about how, by the way, I've not even talked about that we are both tying to rappers. When did you start tying to rappers? You know?
I want to say something.
No, Tom Chidi, no, Tom Chidi, no, not yet, please, not yet, please, thank you. If you are reminded when you began to type to rapper, you probably will not like me, but you're a good man, you're a gentleman, so I'm not going to talk about it. This whole thing about we type to rapper, the first question you should be asking yourself was that, when did we start tying to rappers? And then number 2 question is, how does that define identity? Yoruba women have 2 rappers, one Ibono cover, neck cover, and then they have the gele. So there's Ibono, there's Iro, there's Ipele, and there's gele. So a Yoruba woman most times, well, back in the day, now it's like just 2 rappers. They have just gele and Iro. They used to have Iro, Ipele, Ibono, ati gele. I don't talk to you about what you used to do at the time, but let me read something to you here. This is from Why We Struck Adewale Ademwega. Another important point was that we removed the politicians because we were convinced that they were evil. We did not favor any side. We did not seek to wear the garb of any political party. This we knew for sure. Ironsi, on the other hand, surrounded himself with a particular tribe. The tribe was the Igbo and the party was the NCNC. He could not see that this kind of situation called for the balancing of ideas, principles, and personalities. That's what Ironsi did. Ironsi surrounded himself with 100% Igbo advisors, 100%. And the unitary decree that he gave to us was given to us based on one person's recommendation. The man's name is Francis Nwokedi. What am I trying to say? That we can't just change it. Things can change. It's just that you cannot destroy something and lecture people. Especially when you can't lecture us about the kind of structure that works for Nigeria, especially when, if you're supposed to know it better than us, then you should be fixing it. But no, you're not trying to fix it. You're trying to tell us to fix it after you have destroyed it, and you're now insulting all of us for living in it. Whatever you see the outsiders I was saying earlier, I say, well, the Northerners are always doing this. They did not create this, the chaos. They harnessed it. They didn't create the dysfunction. They're taking advantage of it. You scattered the structure. You made everything unitary. They took over. And by the way, I should say this before I move on. They would have even changed it a little in 1967, March 17, 1967.
There was going to be a sort of confederation where Gowon was doing something that no military ruler would ever think of doing.
Where Gowon was doing something that no military ruler would ever think of doing. It was going to allow regions to have autonomy. But guess who was against it? Your Lord and Savior, Ojukwu. I'll mention two books in quick succession. 1 second, please. If you read the book by Ojukwu, the Secretary of, how do they put them now? Secretary to the government of the Eastern region. Yeah. Secretary to the government of the Eastern region. His name is N.U. Akpan. He wrote a book that's also here, but I'm not going to read it yet. The book is called The Struggle for Secession. Someone say, you don't even know where you are. I know where I am. You are the one who is lost. Just stay with me. Hopefully you can find your way back home. The struggle for secession. The man said that what Gowon put out in March of 17 gave Igbos 95% of what they wanted at Aburi. N.U. Akpan is not Igbo. Although he's the secretary to the government, but you can say that it doesn't really matter. Okay, let's say it doesn't matter. Or you don't want to hear about him. Okay, that's fine. There's another man who was the first commander of Biafran army. His name is Hilary Njoku. He wrote a book called A Tragedy Without Heroes. In that book, he said that he went to the office of the governor, of course, Ojukwu, and when he got there, he met the governor's private secretary. His name, Don Egbe. Don Egbe was Ojukwu's private secretary, and he was a lawyer. And Don Egbe told him, Njoku, that decree number 8 contained 98% of what Biafrans wanted, or what Igbos wanted in the Aburi Accord. Please power tap if you're on TikTok. This is showing in activity. 98%. I have to pause for a second. If you're on TikTok, you've got to power tap, please. He said it contained 98% of Aburi Accord. Ojukwu still rejected it. He said the 2% were just jargons that don't mean anything. That's what he said. You can read the book. I don't want to open it now, but I'm telling you what book to read. A Tragedy Without Heroes by Hilary M. Njoku. The point is that every time, and the reason, by the way, you may wonder in the comment section, say, oh, but what he said is right. Now, why don't you just agree with it? Because it's not that simple. Even when Nigeria was going to grant what they wanted and say, okay, let's have this thing where we can decentralize things. Let me tell you one of the features of decree number 8. It's, to be honest, it's crazy. I would not agree to it if I was a military leader. Ironsi would definitely not agree to it. That's why I did unitary system. Let me tell you one of the things that Gowon agreed to. Gowon agreed to the fact that if they were to make any decision, major decision, even as simple as appointing ambassadors, he, as a supreme military commander, he would not be able to make that decision on his own. He would have something called Supreme Military Council that included him the head of state, and the 4 military governors of the regions. And in that meeting, they have to all agree. At least 3 of them have to agree. Of those, I mean, yeah, it's about voting. They have to vote to choose who would be the ambassador. I'm just using that as an example, but there are many other things that they have to do together. In other words, it will not just be able to unilaterally decide to do stuff. They have to agree on matters.
Saying that we are going to vote.
This is supposed to be a dictator saying that we are going to vote. So the Eastern region must be there to vote, the Midwest, the West, and the North, plus himself, 5. And then the majority would. How do you make that kind of decision as a military head of state? That's what Gowon was willing to do. If we have the time, maybe in the new year, we can tear the decree number 8 open. Why am I saying this? You destroyed something. You supported it. Not just the military guys. The lecturer supported it. The people supported it. Igbo people supported it. They moved people from the east into different parts, especially the north, to take over jobs. Everybody was okay with it, as long as the unitary system made them progress, so to speak. They took it. You now saw somebody come along in 67 and say, no, let's change this thing. A year later, let's change it. Let's have the structure. You say you want Aburi Accord. Okay, this is Aburi Accord, 98%. The only thing they didn't put there is the right to secede. And I don't think any sane person who is running a military government would even be thinking of allowing people to secede. Ojukwu takes that thing and said no to it. And that's why I said, for you, it's not about Nigeria's structure. It's about what benefits you. You don't care for others. Which is why this agitation about having Biafra or having your own nation right now has nothing to do with. It's a ploy. You're not trying to go anywhere. It's not about what you really. You're not telling Nigeria what you want. What you want is that you want to use it as a bargaining chip in order to get political power, which we will never get using that style. And people have to be telling you the truth. If you want political power, you play the game. Thank God they've gone to ADC now, so we'll see how they go. Now to what I really wanted to talk about. All of this thing was just introduction. That's why I wasn't reading the books. Now, you said that you are brothers with folks in South-South. And I said, South-South and South-East, there were relationships. Nobody would lie about it. And there were wars. I've mentioned something now. I'll stay on it for a second. I was on Twitter the other day, and somebody came along and said, Igbo people have never fought South people. They're always peaceful people. They are brothers. And I said, this is a lie. There's a man called Nachi. He was a Dibia. He was invited by the Igbos into Aro. At the time, Aro was a Ibibio land. They owned the place. They were having infighting. While fighting, everybody's a brother. I'm even a brother to the Northerner. You're even a brother to a Cameroonian. I see you in the comment section. You're a brother to everybody. Just calm your nerves. You now created a situation where something happened. We're not going to talk into it. And then they did not invite Jukun. Aro did not. Hey, Jehovah. What happened was that Igbos invited Nachi. Nachi invited the Akunam brothers. That's their names, right? I have left the topic, but I'm coming back. I just want to find that name, please. Give me a second. It's going to take me less than not a second, just 1 second. But less than a second. Oh, I'm just kidding. Akum, I think it's Akum something. I want to find that name. They were not even Igbos. They were from. 1 second, I'll find the name. Then I'll tell you. Akumanubi. They got the Akumanubi, the Osim and Akuma. So one was Osim, the second one was Akumanubi, and then they started Arochukwu. The idea that you want peaceful people that never fought anybody in the South Side is nonsense. That's one. Number two, the brotherhood that you are talking about is not ancient. The brotherhood you are talking about started in 1947 and ended in 1967. There is no, what's Olubi, placenta tying South and Southeast together. When you came up and you said things like they were against Igbo people and that's why they broke the region. Igbo people did not own the region. They broke Western region in two in 1963. You don't see me crying about it. Why? Because what's yours is enough for you, or what's mine is enough for me. Your problem is that you don't see God's blessings. You always see what other people have. And because the people that have those things are not folks in your land, you keep talking about them as brothers. You don't need them as brothers. You kill them during the war. Read Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria. You killed, I mean, when I say you, I don't mean you as a person. I'm saying your people killed Ibibio people, Anam people, people in Ogoja, people in Rivers, Abonema, Degema, present-day Bayelsa State, kill people anyhow. So it's not brotherhood. What you want is what they have, and what they have is land, what they have is oil, and what they have is access to the sea. Because you cannot even be honest about why you want them. You're shouting brotherhood. You're not brothers, which is why you will never have Biafra. If you want anything that is good for you, look for Igbo nation. I can assure you, I will support you. Say you want Igbo nation, your own land.
Why are you concerned about South-South?
Because I'm connected to people in South-South.
Because I'm connected to people in South-South. Wait, Ishekiri people, hold on. Ishekiri people are in South-South today, and they are part of Yoruba people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right?
Why
yeah, so that's I'm concerned. I'm concerned because I don't want the insanity to reach them. Because if it reaches them, it's going to get to me.
No, you have to concern about
the reason Nigeria got involved in that war was because of what I'm telling you right now. You did not take Igbo land. You took other people's lands. You are still talking about other people's land today. Instead of them being there.
Igbo never take people's land. Never.
What were they looking for in Okobo?
Let me explain first what you said before about all these things that happened. You know that the population of Igbo citizens never voted anything military people are doing.
See, don't be talking like this. So don't be talking like this. I don't like this.
You understand what I'm saying? Anything that
I don't like.
Anything that happened in the past is already in the past. We are talking about
no, it's not. No.
Because if you are using the past, you cannot move forward.
No.
And I was not born.
Okay, let me.
I was not
Tom Chido.
I was not born by then. You too.
I can't hear him. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear
1 second. There's something wrong with my earpiece. I want to ask you a question. Just a question. Just give me a second, please.
Say something, please.
Please say something.
Hello.
Okay, good. Tom Chido. Can you hear me now? Okay.
I can hear you.
Only 10 people died in the Biafran War in the entire Southeast. What do you think about that?
Are you sure what you are saying?
It's in the past. We don't really need to even be sure. It's in the past. We don't care about the past. Let's move forward. Only 10 people died in the Southeast.
Okay.
Only 10 Igbo people died throughout the war. In fact, there was no starvation. Igbos were having fun. There was no. The war was fought. It wasn't what they wanted. Ojukwu did not want the war. It was just something that happened, and only 10 people died in Igbo land. How is that for history?
Okay, but whether 3 million died or 1 person died.
Why you mentioning 3 million? Why? Where did you get that number from?
No. Wait.
No. You can't just say no. We're not supposed to be thinking about the past. The past doesn't matter. Like, why are you talking about the war?
But that's what I'm saying. Whether it's 1 person or 2 person or 1 million person, war is war.
Stay with, no, don't go to million. It's just 10. I can call. Okay.
But war is war. What happened?
No, there was no war. Now there was no war.
Yeah, no, but what that is there's war, and that's why they say
there was no. No, you can't be saying. No, you can't be saying there was. Wait, now you can't say there. Are you saying there was a Biafra war?
Yeah, but the Biafra. Go on and say that.
You can't wait now. Wait, you can't be saying that. No, you can't be saying there was a Biafran war. It's in the past. It did not happen. We can't be talking about Biafran war. Let's talk about the future.
Exactly.
Nobody ever died in Biafra. There was no Biafra war. You get the point, right?
Yeah, I got you now. I got what you're saying now. I got your point.
Yeah.
That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because if you want to build something new with anything, if you hold for the past, you cannot move forward. because the past will hurt you down. You understand me? And continue telling you, saying it, you cannot move forward. Anybody who wants to see a good situation, a good things to happen, begin to happen in these modern days, rely on the past. You understand? We are new generations. You understand? We have to.
Okay, so
this Facebook.
No.
Because, or
No.
There's even why you have the position you have. There's even why you came to this world. You understand me? So I believe in that. I don't see anybody as different. Maybe.
So hold on. So if you don't believe in the past, why are you saying that folks in the South are connected to you and you are in the old Eastern region, but you don't believe in the past? If you don't believe in the past, why not just create something new and just have an Igbo nation and forget these people?
Anything that will happen that we Nigerians have a better life.
You don't know what you want.
That's what I want. Because if
you don't know what you want, though.
No. That's what I want. Anything that makes
you said you want Biafra.
Yes, if you listen now, I told you that Biafra is not a nation now. We have one country in Nigeria. You understand me?
Okay.
But if it happens to be that everything divides, then that is the destiny. But what I want, apart from that, are you going to be sure that even if Biafra comes, it's going to succeed? So that is another thing.
That's not my business now. You are the one that wants Biafra. Whether I succeed or not.
I'm just saying generally.
Okay.
I'm just saying generally. So the most important thing is for we to think about the reality and think as people who have blame, who are intelligent, who are living like you don't see any. You see, I see you not because, or approach you not because, or attack you because you're a bad guy or Alpha guy. I see you as a human being.
All right, thank you, Tom.
I respect you. You are
thank you.
We are a human being. We can move along. If I can work with a white person, why can't I work with my Yoruba people who are living in one country? You understand me?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's move on.
I never abuse any tribe in Nigeria. I can never
Thank you.
That's my point.
Thank you very much.
What I want.
Thank you.
I want Nigeria to work.
Thank you.
Us, we citizens of Nigeria, to be okay, to have 3 square meals, to have shelter. You understand me? To have a good job, good hospital. That's what
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much.
About another thing I want to say concerning the tax.
Wait, let's do one by one. Hold on. We'll take one by one. You must think people have short memories on this stage. Your very first submission, you were talking about Biafra and you mentioned Oduduwa and the fact that what's happening to Igbos isn't happening to Yoruba people. Now you are telling me that you're not talking because of ethnicity. You must think we have short-term memory. No, there's no memory loss here. Let me tell you the truth. What you are doing, you know what you're doing, and I know what you're doing. When you call for unity is when it pays you. When you want to turn it around, you acknowledge our differences. For instance, when you started, you're like, see what they are doing to Nnamdi Kanu. Then I read to you what happened to the Democratic Republic of Yoruba people last Thursday on Christmas Day, and then you flipped, and now you're telling me that it's not about ethnicity. Let me tell you the truth, it's about ethnicity. It's about ethnicity. Hold on.
Individual.
Oh, no, even for you, your very first. Hey, Jesus, I have to mute you, please. Even for you, I have to mute you. Even for you, your very first statement was the fact that they're doing this to Igbo, they're not doing this to Yoruba. But right now you're saying that it doesn't really matter. It does. And this is a problem. Just stay in one place. Whether I turn that one eat you or when a blessing won't meet you, they go meet you for one place. It's about ethnicity and it's okay. Don't feel bad about it. You are who you are. I am who I am, and that's fine. I'm Yoruba, and I'm not going to think like you. I will not. Why? I was raised differently. We have conversations about stuff. The first thing you did was to say Igbo versus Yoruba, and then along the way now say, oh, it doesn't really matter. It matters. You said something earlier. I'm doing this not for you, for people listening. You said it was not the people that made them do it or that supported them. It was the soldiers who wanted to do what they did in 66. Let me read some to you. Irosi's task was not helped by the behavior of Igbo residents in the north. Since his assuming power, many of them had been loudly proclaiming the regime to be theirs and even making a virtue of the January coup killings. This attitude quickly spread from offices and public institutions to places like motor terminals and markets. Some Igbo shopkeepers even took to displaying large-sized photographs which depicted Major Zogu standing beside the body of the slain Sir Ahmadu Bello, the former Northern Premier. Is longer than this. Here's the point. The idea that Igbo people were like, oh, we don't really know what's happening, it's just the soldiers that are doing it, is a lie. Even the coup itself was organized with Igbo civilians, the politicians. Am I just talking? No. Let me recommend a document. It's called Special Branch Report of April 1966. Igbo politicians were involved in it. Igbo officers were involved. Not just that they knew about it, they were actively involved in it. The people, the regular people, the masses of the people were also taking advantage of it, and they were the ones saying this thing. I just read from Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari, and the claim he made is not just in this book. You will see the same claim in Azikiwe's own book, The Origin of the Civil War. You see the same claim in the book by Godwin Alabi Sama, Tragedy of Victory. The point is, you don't like responsibility, and that's why you said Igbo people did not do it. Igbo people did it. And then you said you and the Southeastern and South people, you are brothers. I want to read something to you again. Give me 1 second. I'm going to read from Crisis and Conflicts in Nigeria. Why are we doing this? Because you say, why are you even concerned about these people in the South? Because what you did to them, you are doing to me. That's why. You call people brother to take advantage of them. And I'm not saying you're a bad person. I just need to understand where you're coming from so I can protect myself. That's all. I'm very sure you're good. You're a very good person. Let me read to you what you did to people that you loved. Please don't unmute, please. Don't unmute, please. Please. Just 1 second. Let me read to you what happened to the people you really loved. By the way, remember the past doesn't matter. So when I'm reading, the past doesn't, remember you said that the past doesn't matter. When they want to be a handicap, past doesn't matter, just go forward. Then you start hearing things like, we'll never forget the war. But you said the past doesn't matter. What are you now remembering? This is from a man called J.B. Mkeme. This book is called Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria, Volume 2 by A.H.M. Kirk Green. This book is... it has a lot of speeches in it. So this particular speech is the one by Dr. Anthony Naro, Chief Anthony Naro. But this particular portion is a reference to Dr. B.J. Mkeme from Calabar. Did you say special branch? Special branch. By the way, maybe we should be charging people for this document too, because it's very rare. But you can get it for free. At least we are preparing for New Year, so let's do for everybody. If you go to Redomi Global on Telegram, you'll find the Special Branch Report of 1966. I see some of these things there. But let me read this one to you. This you will not find that is in the book. At the recent Kampala peace talks, Dr. B.J. Mkeme from Calabar, a retired senior medical officer in the employment of the former Eastern Nigerian government, who is well known to the other side, gave a resume of rebel atrocities in the southeastern states in the following words. Southeastern states, I'll say for the optimum time, southeastern states in the 1960s is not the same thing as the southeast region. Southeast at the time was Akwa Ibom, presently Akwa Ibom and Cross River states. So what we call Southeast region Southeast region now was called East Central State, River State, and Southeastern State. So Southeastern State was Akwa Ibom and Cross River State. Okay. So this is what he said happened in their region. It was clear. This is Nkeme, the Calabar man. It was clear to all right-thinking people that the minorities wanted to remain within the Federation of Nigeria. I'm going to take that slowly. Say, oh, we are brothers. It was clear to all right-thinking people. In other words, you have to not be right-thinking person to think that otherwise. It was clear to all right-thinking people that these people, the minorities, wanted to remain within the Federation of Nigeria. This did not suit the Igbos of the newly declared Republic of Biafra, and so they were determined either to force the 5 million non-Igbos into their republic or to exterminate them systematically. To this end, Igbo soldiers were quickly sent to all non-Igbo areas with instructions to keep down the people, detain or even kill all who dared raise a voice in protest against the idea of Biafra. I see what you're writing in the comment section, Flower. I say you're daring them to protest. That's exactly what your fathers did in 1967. They dared them to protest, and when they did, they killed them. The only difference is that you cannot kill anybody right now. You just waste. Nigerian government will just waste you. The provincial secretary for Calabar, an Igbo man, called a mass meeting in June 1967 and addressed the Calabar people thus, and I quote, "You Calabar people say you want a state of your own. Let me tell you that by the time the federal troops come here to enforce this mad idea, there will be no one left but grass and weeds, for we shall have flattened your land and killed all you Efiks." I'll come back to this in a bit. You see, in 1955, there's a conference in London, and they discussed the idea of state creation, 55, 56, thereabout. At that conference, something crazy happened. The Midwest had been trying to get out of the Western region for a bit. They got really serious in 1952. The COR, the Eastern region, starting around, they started in 52, thereabout, 50, or late 40s, but they were very serious in 55, themselves and the folks in the Middle Belt. So there was agitation for state creation as at 1955. There's going to be a London Constitutional Conference, 55, 56. When they got there, the Western region agreed that the Midwest could live. By the way, there are many by the way. There's a document called Willings Commission Report of 1958. In that document, it's here, but matter never reached him. The Western region was the only region that made the case for another group within his region to cut out and form a separate region called the Midwest. There were three groups that made cases for, or that made a case for the Midwest. The Western region government made a case for them. The Action Group Party made a case for them. And then the Midwest themselves made a case for themselves. That did not happen anywhere else. That document was not written by Yoruba people, it was written by the British, who oversaw the stuff and still didn't give the minorities what they wanted, by the way. The Action Group spoke up for the
Western region government also made a case for them as to why they should leave if they wanted to.
Western region government also made a case for them as to why they should leave if they wanted to. But that was in 58. Go.
The Action Group Western region said, you know what, they can leave as long as the folks who are trying to live in the
They can leave as long as the folks who are trying to live in the Eastern region are also allowed to leave. Those folks are these ones I'm talking about. Now, before them, there was another group that cut out of the Eastern region. They are the ones that are in Cameroon today. They used to be part of Nigeria, by the way. They left when they were showed pepper. If you want to know what they discussed, in January we'll talk about it, right? From 1948, they began to give Igbo back to back. Eventually, they got out of Nigeria. Now, these guys also wanted to leave in 55. But this is what happened. The West said, listen, you want Midwest to leave. Midwest wants to go. Okay, that's fine. If you want to leave, you can go, as long as the the Eastern region will also allow the COR to break away. Why? You see, we had three regions in the 1950s, the North, the West, and the East. Of these three regions, the West had the smallest landmass. Remember I said that when I said the East, I'm not talking about southeastern Nigeria. I'm talking about the southeast we have right now, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Bayelsa, Cross River State, into southern Cameroon. So they had all that as part of their space. The North was the biggest, followed by the East. The West was the smallest. And yet the West was okay with people breaking away if they wanted to. But they gave the condition that they would like the minorities in these other regions to also get their own spaces. The North said, don't touch anybody. We don't want anybody to break away. Just leave everybody the way they are. Maintain the status quo, just like they're doing right now. Maintain the status quo. Don't touch anybody. It's not bad, but sorry, it's not good, but it's at least they're not trying to touch anybody. The East had the most. It was insidious. It was diabolical. That's what I'm looking for. Diabolical idea. Know what they wanted. Azikiwe rose up and came up with this ridiculous idea that, listen, leave the North alone. Say they don't want to break, leave them alone. See, we in the East, although we are very big, don't touch us. Although the EBBO, the EFIC, the ANANG, all of them want to have their own state. Folks in all these rivers, they want to have their own region. Forget about them. Don't touch us. But you see this western region that is the smallest, I want you to divide it into 4. Then he gave us the names. He wanted Lagos Colony to be separated from the western region. He wanted to have the Midwest. Then he wanted to have something called Cassava State. Kolanut and Cassava State. That was going to give us a central state. The Kolanut and Cassava State was Abeokuta and Ijebu provinces. That's your leader's bright idea. You still think the same way, that's the truth. He was going to break one region into 4, the smallest into 4, but nobody should touch the eastern region or the northern region. Now, those people that were agitating in that, in the eastern region at the time, they are the ones who now have to hear from the Igbos that the idea that they want to have their own state, they will kill them before that state happened. Which is why you understand when the states were broken, or the regions were broken into 12 on May 29. Yeah, May 29, 1967. Was it 29? Yes, it was 29. It was 2 days before Ojukwu did his drama. No, 20s.
When they were creating that state, the people in the minority areas.
When they were creating that state, the people in the minority areas in Eastern region were elated. Why? They had wanted this for more than 12 years. So when Igbos tell you that we are brothers, we are together, number one, God did not create the old Eastern region. The British did. The British, and I've said it earlier, but just in case you're just joining us, the British had the Southern Protectorate and Northern Protectorate in 1900, thereabout. 1914, they amalgamated the two. 1939, they divided the Southern Protectorate into Eastern Province and Western Province. 1947, with the Richards Constitution, they turned it to regions. So the idea of Eastern region began in 1947. It was not from God. It was not from eternity. It was not ancient. It was not created by heavenly hosts. It was created by the British in 1947, and it ceased to exist in 1967. 20 years experiment. You should be happy that they even allowed you to take what you did. And I'll tell you what you did with those 20 years. In those 20 years, things that belong to the Eastern region were dominated by the Igbos. Read the book by Ken Sariwa on the Darkly Plain. He claimed that 95% of the positions, opportunities in the Nigerian army went to the Igbos. But if you think that that's a lie, wait till you read. There's another document I want to recommend to you. It's on the Telegram channel. It's free. The document is called White Paper on Political Alignment in Western Nigeria. It was published in 1966. No, 1964. It was published in 1964. It was published by the NCNC Western Caucus. White Paper on Political Alignment in Nigeria, 1964. And you see what Igbos did. All these things about the idea that we are all South Guinea is nonsense. So let's go back to this book. Why did I tell you all of those things? Because they mentioned something here that you guys are talking about having your own state. And I remember that it's important to us for us to discuss how they got there. The Provincial Secretary of Calabar, or for Calabar, an Igbo man, called a mass meeting in June 1967 and addressed the Calabar people thus, and I quote, "You Calabar people say you want a state of your own. Let me tell you that by the time the federal troops come here to enforce this mad idea, there will be no one left but grass and wheat, for we shall have flattened your land and killed all you ethics." From then on, the non-Igbos of the eastern region were subjected to torture, detention, all forms of human dignities. I'll take that again. From then on, the non-Igbos of the eastern region were subjected to torture, detention, all forms of human indignities, and even killing. In Asang, a town in Enoin Division, where I come from, and which is just a mile from Okpo, my own village, All the inhabitants, numbering about 400, were carried away to an unknown destination. 2 women, one a relation of mine who had been bedridden for 2 years, were slaughtered in cold blood because the soldiers said it would be a burden to carry them along, and they were under instructions not to leave alive any person in town. On the way out, a woman gave birth to a babe, Ade, and was groaning in her travail. The soldiers bundled her out of the kennel, which was taking them away, shot both mother and the innocent child, only a few minutes old. In Atan Onoyon, another town in the Enoyin division, the whole town was burnt down together with all the people the soldiers. I'll tell that again. In Atan Onoyon, another town in the Enoyin division, the whole town was burnt down together with all the people the Igbo soldiers could lay hands on. An uncle of mine was killed together with his wife and 4 or 5 children. The only surviving child is a girl of 10 years, her right arm severed, who now lives to tell the tale of how they were all lined up by the riverbank and shot. Luckily for her, she did not die and is being cared for by me now. In Ikorekpeyo, 3 miles from my hometown, the Igbo soldiers rang the church bell one Sunday afternoon and forced everybody in the village at gunpoint to assemble in the church building for a special prayer for the survival of the so-called Biafra. When all were assembled, the Igbo soldiers surrounded the church, set it on fire, burning down the villagers and shooting those who tried to escape. It is estimated that more than 300 men, women and children were massacred in and around that church that day. By the way, what I just read now happened in Port Harcourt as well, in Rivers State. If you read the book by Nebo Graham Douglas, he was the Attorney General to Ojukwu, the Eastern region, before the war. The book is called Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion. It's a beautiful day. I think we're giving a lot of gifts today. You can also get it for free. Go to Redomi Global on Telegram, join the group. You find it in the learning section. You can download that book as well. In that place, they also got 400 people in the church and burnt the church down. Listen, why? Because you have to assert authority. The people did not want to be in Biafra. What people talk about, and this is not because I'm trying to speak for South and everything, it's because one generation has to stop all this nonsense, all these lies, like, oh, we are brothers, we must allow us, because when the thing happens, it's still the same odds that they'll come, because once you take those people, which was what happened, the next thing in your head is to go to the Midwest. The next thing in your head is to get to Yoruba land. And that happened. If Biafra was what Ojukwu wanted, what on earth was he looking for in Warri, in Hugeli, in Benin? What was he looking for there? Why was he going to Ibadan? Someone said they were trying to get to Lagos. That's not what he said. Ojukwu wrote letters. If you have not read those letters, I could point you in the right direction. Read his letters.
Say something.
His idea was not to get to Lagos to talk to Gowon. We're going to deal with all this thing in January. His idea was not just to get to Gowon in Lagos. His idea was to take over the Western region, take over the Midwest, and in later, if you read the documents from that were captured from Biafra, the plan was also to eventually take over the Northern region. He wasn't just trying to get to Lagos. His letter to Victor Banjo was published in August of '67. You'll find it in the book by F. Adeton Ogunseye. The book is called A Break in the Silence. He mentioned how they were going to take over the place and appoint governors, just like he did in the Midwest. For a person who really wanted Biafra, what exactly were you doing appointing an Igbo man as governor in the Midwest? And as soon as they appointed a governor in the Midwest, guess what he did? He brought in people from Enugu to work in the civil service in Benin. Why is this important? Because you hate Igbos? Not that. It's because if you allow the lies to one group to fester, to go on, the one about you is coming as well. Just hear that we're going to Ibadan to just go and play with you. Just came to play, just play ping pong. They were killing people everywhere. They kill people in Akwa Ibom, kill people in Cross State, in Edo State, in Delta State, in Ondo State. And I'm not talking about their place. So, if you really wanted your nation, why don't you just stay in that place and guard it? The point I'm trying to make with all of this thing is this: don't gaslight us with all these things of, oh, we are brothers, we want to go with Biafra. If you want a nation, which is where this whole conversation started, so let's try and get back to it, because I'm already tempted to keep reading, so let's stop here. This idea that you want Nigeria to be better, but you also want Biafra, we're not really concerned about Igbo nation, because you have brothers who are tying two wrappers, is preposterous. By the way, the idea of two wrappers, I don't like talking about it, so I won't talk about it. But using Nnamdi Kanu's rhetoric in 2025 for somebody living in Munich is actually disheartening.
Let me answer you now about what he said.
Is he talking? I couldn't really hear him.
No,
jeez, no, people don't. I don't do that here. I apologize. Like, I can't hear you for some reason. This stuff is off. But I apologize. You can come up later. Later about 8:20. We're going to pray soon. The point, right, is someone said I should talk about it. Let me find a way to say it.
One of the best parts of Igbo land was at 1857.
One of the best parts of Igbo land as at 1857 was Onitsha.
In 1857,
one of the best parts was Onitsha. In 1857, Bishop Sam Ajayi Crowther was the bishop at the time, was the bishop on the 1864. So 1857, he went to, what is 64, 84? Thereabouts.
He went to,
it was 64. He went to Onitsha to minister to them. Let's just put it this way, they did not have two wrappers on in 1857. Let's just leave it, let's just say it that way.
the idea,
because I have to find a way to say it. I don't want to, we're not fighting, so there's no need to. The point is that they didn't have two wrappers on. Let's just put it that way. They didn't have two wrappers in 1857. I'm not saying 807 AD. 18, that's less than 200 years ago. This is 2025. 1857. Were there people around that had rappers? Yes. I think what is ridiculous in all this nonsense that you hear, there's no anthropological, I mean, I keep putting myself back because I also don't want to make it rough fight. The point is, if you didn't have something and then you saw people using it and you began to use it and you're now having the culture, which is okay, how on earth do you then claim that those people are part of you because of what you are wearing when you practically copied them? If you read the Willis Commission report of 1958, it mentioned how the business went, who was wearing what, and what the people were not wearing what were.
If you don't get what I'm saying, you get it when the time comes.
If you don't get what I'm saying, you get it when the time comes. This kind of matters, I prefer to read those things rather than just say, because I don't want to look like I'm insulting.
It is disrespectful.
But I'm telling you the sources. It is disrespectful for you to tell a person who has shared something with you that the person is subservient to you only because you have more population than them. You know, you can have a lot of people and they are useless. Not useless in terms of work, useless in terms of cultural evolution. In other words, you could have, I mean, for a long time in Nigeria, we were many, but we prefer to consume foreign music. So listen to foreign music, and then we're like, no, we've got to stop this thing. Then somehow we change everything around. So just because we are many doesn't mean that it was ours, right? So the point is, you didn't have those things as of the 19th century. You saw people wearing those things. You copied it. Now you are saying that just because they are wearing two wrappers, they are you. Does that even make sense? Then you mentioned you have 5 market days. I don't know. You guys went to school now. Why do people have 5 market days? I don't even know how I got it. Okay, I'm responding to that guy. What? Yoruba people have 5 market days, by the way. Does that mean that we're not Igbos? You see, in ancient times, let me use Yoruba as an example because I don't talk about. In ancient times, Yoruba people we have our own separate, different calendar. It wasn't what we use right now is Gregorian calendar. Like the entire world uses Gregorian calendar, but different cultures have different calendars. China has a different calendar from Ethiopia, from which other country, from the Mayans. So everybody had different calendars. Okay. It's just that we decided now that in order to international trade, travel, and things like that, we are all using Gregorian calendar. So today is December 31. But back in the day, the Yoruba calendar is called Kojoda. It had a 4-day week, a 7-week month, and a 13-month year. So 4 days made 1 week, 7 weeks made 1 month. That gives you 28 days in 1 month. 13 months made 1 year. So you have 364 days. So for Yoruba people, we have 364 days in a year. But it was based on a 4-day week, a 7-week month, a 13-month year. So we should talk about Oronu. Philip, thank you, lunar calendar. We should talk about Oronu. Oronu means that weekly. Now today, it's Oronu means Orun, that's 5. Arun, Orun. One new psychological automatic babalawo differ Oronu. Only we own differ weekly. Or one loss your Oronu. That means they're going to the market every week. This particular market is every week. So it could be on say, and those days were named, by the way, as well in Yoruba, and they were named after Yoruba heroes. Shango and Ogun and Obatala, those names. So the same way we have, by the way, the months that we have also in the Gregorian calendar were also named for heroes and gods. Janus is a god, July is for Julius Caesar, August for Augustus, March is for Mars, the planet and the deity. So I think it's a human thing, right? They name days after both heroes and gods. So Rome did it, Greece did it, Yoruba people also did it as well. So the point is, so those 5 days, let's say you do something today. Let's assume, so we know Monday, Tuesday. Let me know, try to bring in the names that Yoruba people will use for the days. Let's just use Monday. So let's say we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's all. So every Monday we are doing something. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Start again. So sorry. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ororun. So you do market. Your market is every 5th day. Now these clowns say that everyone that's doing market every 5 days somehow is Igbo. Like it makes no sense. That's what Yoruba people do. I mean, we had even till today. Right now, as I'm talking to you, there's a market in Oyo State, some market in Osun State. Ororun no man ṣe, no man ta ọjà yẹn. Àwọn tó lọ tajà ní àdúgbò báyìí, wọ́n máa tún lọ sí àdúgbò bòmí lọ́la. So they will be moving. It's as if they are serving all the communities in the area. So you know that your turn is coming on Monday, for example. The other community, they will have their own market, maybe on Tuesday or Wednesday. To think that that somehow qualifies people to become Igbo, it's senseless.
Because these 2 rappers you're talking about,
there's no other word for it. Because these 2 rappers you're talking about, that 1857 that Ajakara did not find 2 rappers in the East, Yoruba women were using at least 2, sometimes 3, apart from Gele. And I see someone in the comment section said they're trying to take Gele. They can't now. What is the historical? The first thing they had as head covering is something from the French. That's why I call it the shafu, the chiffon, the scarf. It wasn't Gele. Don't mind these clowns that are just changing history. The point I'm trying to make is this. You cannot use... Thank you, Mr. Lalekon. But let me finish this thought. You cannot use people's dressing to claim them as part of your own people. So we would have our own women. Let's say this is the Yoruba woman. She has Iro, that's a rapper. She has Ikwele, that's on that rapper. Then she has Ibonu, that's on her shoulder. Then she has Gele. And if you look at old pictures, you see the same thing there. You know, even old pictures of Yoruba people. But I'm talking about here where So when you now begin to hear, okay, so when imagine you go to meet Samuel Ajayi Crowther, he just left home, and the women are wearing, you know, 2 wrappers and things like that, and then he goes to Onitsha, and you didn't really see it there. Then later on, they began to wear it, and they now say all the people that wear it are now part of them. Let's be reading books, Sha. Someone says Eke Ore Afo Angwo in all eastern region that make us one people. You do not think. Let me not talk like this. Listen, let me tell you. I'm being respectful, and I think you are going to make me say things. You can't make me say anything. Let me not lie, because if I want to say it, I choose to say it, right? But at the rate you are going, I'm going to have to respond to you at some point. So please, let's try and calm down. Calm down. Let me tell you guys something. There's a book. I think I've mentioned a number of books today, Abi. Don't mind me. It's the best way to have these conversations because we're not out there. So it's important to quote people. There's a book called Sunset in Biafra by Elechi Amadi. Elechi Amadi tells us how all these things happened. If I read it to you, promise you will not feel awkward. White Kubo says in 1857 they didn't even have single rapper. They did not, to be honest, but I'm trying not to get into that. And she says on YouTube, Efun Shetan was exporting Kijekwa textile to the UK and US as inner lining for suits. You know, we don't. I would say more into excuse me, Amoyi. There's an assumption, and is one of the things I want to try and break in the mind of a Yoruba person is that every ethnic group in Nigeria is the same. We are not. We are not. Culturally, and I use that phrase a lot, the cultural evolution of different people, you can see it in our culture, you can see it in our actions, you can see it. And I'm not saying that Yoruba people are perfect, though. We're not. There's no ethnicity that is perfect. But you see, we are more developed than each other, than one another in Nigeria. We're not at the same evolutionary, what's the word now? We're not the same rungs of the ladder as far as evolution is concerned. And it's important to say it. Why? Because at least I know what to expect from you. I'm looking for a book. I want to read to you. I'll know what to expect from you because I think we expect too much from people. Where you in Bisha? I'll tell you what's in the book. Sunset in Biafra. He mentioned how I have to read this thing because if I say some things, it may not be like say I curse or I'll fight people. I always say this and that many of these things I'm saying, I'm reading, I could just say them, but by the way, Abaribe has resigned from ABGA. He has joined ADC. Wonderful, marvelous are the works of my God. Who knows Brother Lazarus and Emmanuel? Brothers Lazarus and Emmanuel. Anybody? Wonderful, marvelous are the works of my God. Does anybody know Brother Lazarus? I'm looking for that book. I found it. I need to find the page. You don't know, basically, you don't know Brother Lazarus and Emmanuel. Jesus is Lord. But you know, good morning, Jesus. Good morning, Lord. Now they make them popular. Wonderful, marvelous are the works of my God. One second. I'll find it now. I just read this and go. And if you're from the south, you should also know this is how people will not just, Meanwhile, somebody said there's nothing like South. I saw you earlier. I just didn't want to respond to it. When you guys talk, do you think these things through? When you say there is no South. You're not talking about wind veins. It's geopolitics, not geography. They're not talking about wind veins. For instance, you won't find Middle East. There's no Middle East in geography. Is anything like Middle East? Isn't like North Central?
Is a geopolitical.
There's no Middle East. But it's a geographic entity, is a geopolitical entity. And the craziest part of this whole thing that you guys are doing in the comment section is that the person who actually suggested the word, the geopolitical name, South, was an Igbo man, Alex Ekweme. I don't know how it happened, but it is well. Alex Ekweme was the one who suggested that to Sonny Abacha.
Northwest, Northeast, North Central, South.
The six regions we have right now: Northwest, Northeast, North Central, Southwest, Southeast, South. Those were Ekweme suggestions to Abacha. So all this, there's nothing like South. That's your business. I read something from Southern Biafra, then we can move on. Someone says, please talk more on the origin of South.
So 30 years ago.
What time is it? Okay, let me read this one first. Some 30 years ago, this is Sunset in Biafra. It was published in the 1970s, about 1973, thereabout. So when he said some 30 years ago, he's talking about what happened in the 1940s. Again, they moved in. No, it was not eternal life. Eternal life. It's not an eternal connection. It's dated. So Tom Chidi, if you get something from this, get it. If you don't, that's okay. But stop, just be calm in the comment section. This book is written by Elechi Amadi, was an Ikwere man, and he wrote this book called Sunset in Biafra, 1973. Some 30 years ago, that's in the 1940s, the Igbos began to move in to trade in the riverine areas. Eventually, many settled and by sheer force of numbers began to dominate the smaller tribes. Igbo came to be so widely used that certain tribes practically lost their mother tongue. It is a fact that one or two riverine tribes can hardly speak their own language now and have to make do with a peculiar Igbo pidgin, highly amusing to the Igbos. A determined effort is now being made to remedy the situation. In some areas, this cultural imposition was very pronounced. Igbo was officially taught and spoken in schools. It could hardly be otherwise, since most of the teachers were Igbos. Gradually, many local languages were eroded. As the Bible had not been translated into the minority languages, the Igbo Bible and prayer books were used in schools and churches. The question may now be asked, is there anything wrong with linguistic and cultural integration? My answer is nothing. The fewer languages there are in the world, the better. In fact, the ideal would be to have one universal language. However, cultural domination in Nigeria also implied political and economic domination. The smaller tribes were not aware of this fact until the 50s, when party or tribal government became established. Jobs, contracts, scholarships, and other privileges were awarded on a tribal basis. The bigger minority tribes like the Efiks, Ibibus, and Thieves reacted by fighting to get a few of their men into key positions. These men took care of the rest as best they could. The people of Western Cameroon broke away under intertribal pressure to join their relations on the other side of the border. For the smaller tribes, it was a nightmare. To get a good job, one had to pretend that one belonged to the big tribe, having of course learned the language as thoroughly as one could. Even so, at critical moments in one's career, such as on the eve of a really big promotion, detailed inquiries were made into tribal origins. The result of such inquiries sometimes determined one's fate, especially if the chief executive of the ministry or department was narrow-minded. When you hear these things about what we do, they do in their region, this is how it came to be. By sheer force of numbers. What gave you the advantage was not, let me read exactly, I want to use the word you used. Yes, I was right. Eventually, many Igbos settled, and by sheer force of numbers began to dominate the smaller tribes. It was numbers. It was not that that land was yours or that they were connected to you, it was that they learned your culture. And sane people understand the fact that when cultures interact, they will copy something from each other. They will rub off on each other. For instance, I'm Yoruba. If we borrow something from Mali, We borrow some things from the Hausa. They also borrow some things from us. The Malians also borrow some things from us. That's what happens when cultures mix. But you have to be of a higher civilization to understand the fact that it does not mean sameness. It just means influence. But if you are just developing and you don't understand how to actually navigate your way through the world, anybody that you helped or that you not even helped, anybody that you influence, you call them yours because in your mind you own them. Well, you don't. So once I talk about South, it's New Year Eve. I'll just read something about it. Give me a second. Igala are similar, but they are not Yoruba. Yeah, they are not. They are a separate ethnic group, but our languages are alike. But we respect ourselves enough to allow them be themselves, rather than telling everybody if you tie to rapper. And someone says, well, you're not even from the South. Why is it? Number one, there are Yoruba groups in the South. That's one. Number two, if you allow it fly there, it flies everywhere. I've heard people say that my home, not even just my hometown, it's my hometown, but it's not because it's my hometown. The source of Yoruba people have been claimed by Igbo people. They have said Ijigbo, Igbo Mina, Ijebu Igbo, Igbora, everywhere is Igbo. Is that kind of mindset, that primitive mindset that's always trying to grab. So speaking up is not because you hate anybody, just because you have to set the record straight or else you might catch on.
Meanwhile, they were IBO up until the 1960s.
Yes, now anything that has book. Meanwhile, they were IBO up until the 1960s. And by the way, there are books that I have here published in 1980s. Everybody was still using IBO. It was around mid 80s that they started using IGBO. And the next thing, anything that has GBO inside is from Southeast. I'm like, are you okay? Evidently not. So let me answer the other question and then we can begin to go. Let me answer that question here. During the 1994-1995 Constitutional Conference organized by Abacha, Dr. Alex Ekweme proposed the idea of dividing Nigeria into 6 geopolitical zones. I actually wrote this on Twitter a while back, so I'm reading from my post. Ultimately, Sani Abacha was the one who formally created and adopted the 6 geopolitical zones in 1995. But Dr. Alex Ekweme was the originator of the idea. He presented the framework at the Constitutional Conference 1994 to 1995. So this whole thing about South-South, it looks like, I don't know if after the elders do what they do, they don't tell you what they did, because you're not be insulting everybody over what your elders did. Whether it's unitary system or South-South or whatever we are right now in Nigeria. May God give us help and get us out of this doldrums. All right, we should be calling it a day because I have to run. But we have some people who have been trying to come up, so I'm going to bring you up. But please, we're going to have to time ourselves, so it most likely be like 2 minutes because I have to run and get into the New Year mood. Gang. All right. Thank you very much for listening. I see something in the comment section. Thank you, Kubo on Nze. Hey, yeah. Sorry about that. I'm sorry that happened to your dad. Call on few for COVID. I say more may not happen to you, but sorry about that. How do we do this? I'll bring people that have not come up before because we don't have the time, please. Someone said we need to identify the Center for Able Propaganda. Their work is far-reaching. You have to go. I mean, what's wrong with this? What's happening goes back into the 1940s. So you have to be willing to travel far. Please mute. Please mute. That last bad boy. Please mute.
What about you do? All smell nice. So we have people that were sending requests. You guys are not even planning to speak.
So we have all people that were sending requests. You guys are not even planning to speak. Okay. Kenzie, you're even the one I had to bring.
Empress, I sent you a request.
I see you've been there for a bit. Empress, I sent you a request. You want to come up? Some Chido. Okay, I took you down earlier, so let me bring you back up. And you have a minute or two, please.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Please go on. You have 2 minutes.
Please go on. You have 2 minutes.
Now, I understand you very well where you are going for. Understand you very well. It's obvious, because of, you don't want, maybe, according to you, Igbo madness of, advance to reach Yoruba land. So you are trying to make it to hold in the south. So that's
not in the south, in the southeast.
No.
In your land, keep it there. Not even south. Keep it in your land.
That's what
keep it there.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't even take it to the south because the last time you took it to Benin.
I understand your point. I understand. It's like defense. Yeah, and that is very intelligent of you. So but nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to. It can never happen. Let me tell you something. No, forget about all these individuals that saying claiming Yoruba land is Igbo land or something like that. This is just individual. When the reality comes,
what if I told you that your king? What if I told you that one of your kings, a major king, I won't mention his name now. What if I told you that a major king? In fact, let me tell you something. He's the king of Onitsha. Said that. It's not just an individual. That's the point. See, the kind of things you hear from the south, or from the southeast rather, from Igbo land, is not just this thing where a regular Joe just said something. Let me give a couple of examples. Chino Achebe is not a regular Joe. Even the woman I talked about earlier, I respect her, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. She said the same thing, the same propaganda stuff. This is something that you would expect just a person on the street. No, the most educated of your people say the same thing. It's not just one person on the streets. And then you say things like, I thought you would have been bigger than your Yoruba man. I thought you went to school. This is what really matter. Meanwhile, your own professors are saying it. So there's nobody to counter what they are saying. All of us have to just say, okay, we have to prove that we're educated. No, we have to counter the narratives.
Okay.
But please wrap up.
Yeah. So, for me personally, I'm pressing for reality. There's no way it can never happen. Whether the
what?
It can never happen that Yoruba land is Igbo land. It can never happen. Or any other region. So the
south too, but it can never happen that the south will also be Igbo land. Say that too.
Anyone, you can
tell
never.
me that one too.
Okay. But the one is there is that everybody know the truth. Everybody know where they come from. I don't have to tell the south, the Kalabama where you come from. I don't have to tell any data where they come from. You understand me? They know, and you don't have to school or to convince somebody where they come from. You know where you come from. You don't have to an Igbo man to tell Yoruba man where you come from or tell you your history. So that is it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Another point is that
I have to go.
All those books you read before, you can see that it's anti-Igbos. That we need to do what? To encourage, to discourage our neighbors or our brothers that they are not Igbos.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can I ask you something, Tomchi? Can I ask you a question?
That's me.
Do you ever take responsibility?
No, we take responsibility, but that's the fact.
No, you have never.
No.
In Nigeria, people, as an ethnicity, the Igbos are conditioned to be victims. And in order to be a victim, you cannot take responsibility.
But who wrote that?
And I'm not saying this as an insult. I'm not saying this as an insult. I'm saying as what you observe. How can you say all these people ganged up? Even the Ikwere man ganged up with the Hausa man to say something against you because you are so important.
No, because they want to come there to enter Igbo land. That is it.
Enter Ebola to do what?
No.
You were the ones entering people's lands.
No. It's like nice. If you want to come to if you don't allow me to come, I will try to befriend your neighbor. Your Sammy. So from there.
Wait. Where did they not want you to go?
No. You understand my point now. So that's what
I want to understand.
That was the game.
Tell me. What's the game?
The game point is that you are saying now that the Cameroonian side, they don't want to be with us. The other people, they don't want to be with us. All this is propaganda.
Hold on. If you tell me something about your neighbors that they did to you, should I call it propaganda?
But that if it is fact. But that time I'm saying that that time there's no media. All this thing it was.
Are you joking?
All this thing was organized.
Wait. No. I think. How did they?
Let me finish.
How did Ojuku succeed?
All this thing was organized by.
You said there was no media.
All the tell me media. Tell me who? Like now, TikTok, like Facebook, that's what I mean. Like who? That time there was no laughing like.
Do you know? Hold on. Hold on now. Do you know the biggest newspaper? Relax now. The biggest media owner in Nigeria used to be at Azikiwe. Do you know?
Do you know one of the biggest? I mean, in Nigeria at a particular point in time, he was the biggest.
Do you know one of the biggest? I mean, in Nigeria at a particular point in time, he was the biggest. West African pilot. But thank you very much for being part of the conversation. I really appreciate you. Thank you. I'll just move on to the next person. But begin to have what? Say there was no media. What do you mean there was no media? Nobody used media to destroy people with propaganda than Azikiwe. Nobody.
So if somebody
I have to go to. Let's not get into it. What do you mean there was no media? So if somebody in South Cameroon, I mean, I have reports from Southern Cameroon. What happened in 1948? We're going to talk about it in January. Excuse me. We'll talk about it in January. What happened in Southern Cameroons? Let me quickly even tell you something. So, very quickly.
This was what they reported.
They discovered. This was what they reported. That this was 1948 too, by the way. So I know that this is a Igbos in Southern Cameroon were selling M&B, M&B paracetamol, but they were selling starch and chalk. The book. When the time comes, I'll read it to you. And the person that even wrote that thing, that compiled it, was an Igbo man. Was doing his PhD in Abia State. So we'll read it together. They were selling hot tea. They were selling tea as loan ointment. Then they were also doing like this in terms of money making. Let me not go into the details, but the point is that the people were furious and began to push back. Saying things that don't rent to Igbos, don't do this. This was in 48. Now, if I'm a Yoruba person and an Igbo person tells me that that's a lie, they're just lying to you, there's no media. How many people are now taking dialysis? Going for dialysis sessions in 2025 because of fake drugs? What happened in 48 in Cameroon is happening in Nigeria in 2025. Why were people attempting to kill Dora Quinley? It wasn't because of the same fake drugs. So if I say something good about you, I'm right. If I complain about what you are doing to me that is hurting me, I'm lying, I'm blackmailing, and propaganda. You must be joking. I could warn you about the guy. You warned me. Oh, I've learned my lessons. Let's have Grace and then we'll go. Grace Loin. Good evening. Yorùbá lẹ́yìn ẹ kúrò lẹ́ o. Ẹkáàbọ but mo rí Grace Loin ẹ ṣé o.
This is business account, but I just have to say a thing or two. I follow you. I've been following you for a while, and I'm not the type that likes to talk. I just like to listen, and I like to not contribute, just listen and be educated or be enlightened. I noticed that I like that you try to be as neutral as much as possible, and you'll try to avoid conflict. But once in a while, I think you should give. I understand that I'm saying this in English so everybody that is on can hear. I understand that it's not the best at times, but at times some of the things you see is things like this night that expose it to be well, not everything, but at least to have some kind of physical or concrete evidence. I guess in Kotumon the person that was arguing, with all due respect to him, he said some things. I like that you took time to counter, and there was a time you were saying something, you said one particular book was not here. And I was happy because I wanted to leave that time. I had to go and subscribe for this. I was happy when you sent someone to go and pack all the books that were there. You need to see me by like my teeth was out like a donkey. Like I was excited and I had to I must not miss this one this night. And I like the fact that some of the authors are from the said supposed place. So I should not say, okay, these are, because I noticed that people in the past have brought that up, that it is people from outside. And when you see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people saying the same thing, different tribes or different nations, so to say, then there's an element of truth in what is common to all of them, of which I noticed that you dwelled, you don't even go through the extremes, you just, the main point. So I think for me, that's wonderful. Thank you very much, sir. Agbanya Kale,
Ami, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I just think that it's important to be able to refer to these things. You know, it's actually quite funny what the last thing he said. This book, the one I said they should go and bring everything, I just want to read a portion of it. This book, if there's any book in this world that an Igbo man will recommend to you, particularly if he knows you are Yoruba, this is the book. Why we struck. He has never read it in his life. He doesn't even know what the book looks like. All he knows is that the person who wrote the book is Yoruba. So if you see anything, he'll tell you, just go and read why we struck. You understand that it wasn't just us. It was. Then he will now create his own nonsense that has been told by Radio Biafra. He will now he will project those things as the realities in the book. What I read about how Ibotic Ironsi's government was is from the same book. That's why they've never read it. He says it's propaganda. When he says something good is right. When he says something that's not good is propaganda. Meanwhile, what is not good is not even something that he's only saying, which is why I try to make sure that certain things that are said are also established, is that the way? Corroborated, right, in other books. So I noticed that there's a pattern. There's a pattern. And once you are noticing patterns, I see patterns a lot. When you start noticing patterns, there's no way on earth anybody should now come to you and tell you that, oh, you don't know what you are seeing is propaganda. No, everybody is not right. Everybody cannot be wrong about the same thing. I mean, sometimes you can be wrong. But let me tell you what crazy thing. When I looked at all the patterns and I look at you today, I know you are right. I know they were right. Because what's happening basically is that you are repeating the pattern. So reading just tells me that this thing that's happening right now has happened before, and this is how it was dealt with then. And guess what? Back in the day, when they were talking to the Igbos as well, they also told them there was propaganda. I kid you not. I kid you not. There's something called Lagos Press War of 1948. The same thing that guy just said right and said it was propaganda, the Igbo said the same thing in 1948. It was just propaganda, they're just making things up. I read what they said in 1967. They said it is wrong for people to say that we are grabbers of opportunities, even though they were grabbing opportunities. They said it would be wrong for them to not grab it because they were more civilized than others in Nigeria. I was like, civilized? You? How? It is well. It's been a fantastic 2025. Thank you very much, Grace Lloyd. It's been a wonderful 2025, and I want to thank everybody. Tom Chado says, but what is your goal for all this? Education. That's the goal. So that people like you will not be able to come up and tell us that if you are wearing two wrappers, you are able. Why would you guys like to spread misinformation without anybody questioning you? So your issue is not that what you are saying is wrong. Your issue is the fact that somebody is actually saying what you're saying is wrong. And the person who is saying it is the one who spreads the propaganda. It's been a wonderful 2025. I want to thank everybody who has been part of the session throughout the year. We've had several sessions. We've been meeting every week, Thursday, Friday. Sessions here, and I want to thank you all. There are things we're going to be discussing. Did I say 67? Oh, what I said earlier? Oh, yes. I read it earlier now. I read it earlier, 67. That was what they said. Don't worry. After this stuff, I'll maybe read it. Platform, we're going to be expanding, between newer stuff. Going to be. What did you do your inaugural program on TikTok? It was in November 2024. Right, so it's been more than a year. But thank you all for making this platform work. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for being part of the growth. We started on TikTok. I actually started with stuff about Yoruba history because people were bastardizing the history. And they went from there into, the Benin thing and all of that. But now, for about a year now, we've been talking mostly about Nigerian history. And there's still a lot more to talk about, apparently, to learn, not just to talk about it, to learn and to extract lessons that we can apply in our own day. And those of you who have been here every day, even if you've been here once in a while, thank you. Thank you for coming around. We said from having videos to having live sessions on TikTok. Now we're streaming on TikTok. We're also on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're on X, and we're on Twitch at the same time. So we've come a long way. Next year, we're going to have more sessions, discuss more things, read more books. There are more books we have not read here than the books we have read. So there's a lot more to learn. We'll also be having, in-depth conversations on matters, historical matters, political matters. I'll be introducing some things from time to time. We'll also like to start the game in January, Redomi Republic. It's a game on history, politics, and culture. If you'd like to be a part of it, please go to linktree/Redomi Republic. All you're doing, right, is to just impute your data, like your name, your TikTok page. I'm going to give you something that you can just scan, so you won't have to type anything. Just give me a second. Okay. I hope you can see it. Okay, so you can just scan that barcode and you'll be able to register to be part of the show. We're starting next year. Or you can just type linktree/Redomi Republic. We had one last year. We want to get deeper into it in January. So every week, at least we want to have like one or two sessions. You get to win some money. The questions are not very hard. All you have to do is just have a TikTok account and you're able to show your face. So we're able to put it out on different other platforms. So please, I know a lot of people who went to be part of this, they were saying, oh, they couldn't show their faces. Well, we're not doing it for TikTok. So Jagun Lokpoju, that's the issue, Carries events, Jagun Lokpoju. And that's the reason we've not been able to continue, because a lot of people want to be part of it, but they don't want to show their faces because they've done Basbos. We're not doing Basbos on this matter. You can come with a different name. Nobody will know who you are. All right, just register, and it will be a pleasure to host you. We're going to continue this in January of 2026. Someone says, where is our Victor Banjo play or screenplay? It takes a lot to create stuff. It takes a lot of kuti. So we'll work on that. 2026 and that year. We also want to try and move into other spaces, productions, right? So we'll see how 2026 goes. We have some plans for Sage Productions. By the way, I write and direct production. So I do stage productions, film and stuff. So next this year we're getting into the next couple of hours, we're going to be definitely going to be having some stage productions in 2026. When the time comes, please support us and let's push together. I just think that we have to find different ways to teach our philosophy as Yoruba people, our history as Nigerians, and things like that. So please, your Victor Banjo screenplay is in the cooler. Let me just put it that way. It's in the cooler, and I think it's a lesson that it's actually a story that a lot of people would learn from. So hopefully in 2026 we're going to get into that. We have a number of things we're trying to do in 2026. Number one is the game. No, sorry, number one is the show as we continue, as we have it. We're going to continue that way. The podcast. We're going to have the games, and then we want to get into stage productions. I'm already working some things out in the next few months. We'll see how it goes. So please support what we're doing, and if you want to support us, please use the bank details up on the screen. And we're going to be paying taxes very soon, so please write gift when you're sending the money. GT bank account. Just please support what we're doing. We have the sessions every weekday, Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. if you're West African time. I was thinking that maybe I'll just come around sometime, but let's see. I'm not sure I'm going to be here tomorrow because it's 1st of January, but we'll be here on. I might come around, but we'll just be chatting, ciao. If I do come around, we'll just chat. But I'll be around on Friday. We'll continue on Friday, like the first proper session will be on Friday. But if you want to be part of what we're doing, please reach out. And you can also reach out to me on Telegram at Busui Oris, right? You can reach out to me. Someone says we need to see it so that we can see the insidious nature of this fella. The play will come out at some point. We just need to take it one step and then the other. And then it also requires a lot of funds to push some of this project. All right, but we'll start. We'll get there. We're getting there, by the way. We didn't start this way. Look at us now. I wish you could see this space. I'm also trying to make sure that next year we're going to have a proper studio. So, because we need to, sometimes there's noise and stuff. Yeah, there's some plans. I'll review those things as we go on in the year. But please, if you like to support us, it takes a lot to do these things. And some of the things I want to do also cost a lot of money. In order to do the podcast, I want to make it better than this. Want to get so like right now, we have more equipment than we started with, but we need to get more equipment, and also get a studio to be able to have a better production. Or you get what I'm saying? To have better production, seamless work, and stuff like that. So please support what we're doing, and God bless you richly. Again, if you want to reach out to me, please, you can use Telegram. Busui Oris there. I'm also on Facebook, Instagram as. Thank you very much for the money gun, Ipokia. Are you from Oyo State? Your name Ipokia Ibadan. You must definitely have something to do with Oyo State. It's an interesting mix. Ipokia. Nice. It's been a while. I mean, I've not heard that name in a while. But thank you for the gift. I really do appreciate it. I was saying something. I saw Ipokia. I just remembered home. Anyway, Ipokia is in Yewa. Oh yes. Thank you. That poet is Yewa. Ipokia is Yewa. But what's the connection with Ipokia and Ibadan? Okay, maybe Ipokia is Yewa. Thank you. Oh, your dad is Egun. Your mom is Ibadan. Correct. Same mix.
Thank you for correcting me.
That's nice. Ipokia is Yewa. That's true. Thank you for correcting me. So let me tell you how that all my brothers went to school in Laro, so I used to go visit. Let's talk about Ipokia or Jaodon and places like that. And so I remember, maybe that's where that thing came from, apparently. And their favorite meat is Bangba, me January. But thank you. All right, may God bless you. This 2026 may be your best year so far. Like when by this time next year, when you get to December 31, 2026, you look back and you'll not be able to compare the blessings of God and the things God has done for you in that 1 year with everything you've achieved before today. May doors open to you in different fields of endeavor. May you have opportunities you've never experienced before. May you meet the right people, the right connections. May your families thrive. May you thrive in your job and in your work. May you see new things you've never seen before. May God open your eyes of understanding. May things become easy for you. things that were difficult for you to achieve in 2025, may they become easier for you. You know, you was a pretty tell you about any barring iṣẹ́ ọ̀tọ̀bọ̀rọ̀ àti lamani rangbami. The right connections, the right people that you require to be able to move forward, may God bring them around you. And may God barricade you and keep you away from evil and unreasonable men. Those who will draw you back, those whose energies will restrain you from making advancement. May you be far away from them. May they be far away from you. May God bless you and your family beyond your wildest dreams. May 2026 be that year where you look back and you say, I thought I did well in 2025, but God has been faithful. And if there's anybody here who's going through trying times, I'm praying that as we get into the new year, that you'll find things that will make it easy. Okay? And maybe you got into some investment and things went all right. You will have another chance, right? You have another chance. And that chance will make up for everything. You know, there are some blessings that you get into that you forget the sufferings of the past. I mean, you know it happened though, but you can't see the effect. In other words, when you compare the blessings of God in your life with everything that's happened to you, it will be difficult for you to get people to understand that you went through those things. May such testimonies be yours in 2026, that you tell people I went through something in 2025 that will say is a lie. Because they can't find correlation. Thank you for the gift. They can't find correlation. May that be your testimony when they look at you like Paolo Sheshe, and you say, "Me no call that will be your testimony, and that of your family." Those of you who are at home, and those of you who are abroad, àtìlé àtòkò àtọ̀nà owó tabawa àníṣìlẹ̀tẹ̀ àníbọ́jọ́ lọ́jọ́ lọ àníṣe ọ̀rọ̀ sọ àníṣìrànwò ibi tí ó yẹ kí ẹsẹ̀ wá ibi tí ó yẹ kí orí wá dé Ọlọ́run máa jẹ́ kẹsẹ̀ àgbé wa débẹ̀ ànírí ìnà kó ìjàmbá rádà a máa rìnà kórè ni o àkòyà ibi àrìnà kórè àkòyà ibi gbogbo ìjàmbá tí ọ̀tá lẹ́yìn lọ́kàn fún wa ní ọdún tuntun. God will lift you above the strivings of men and the tongue of the wicked. Words that are spoken against you that are supposed to bring you down. When you speak Umaribe, and you make progress in all that you do. Thank you very much for being part of this year's session. Some of you, I didn't know you before 2025, but you've made 2025 worth it. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for showing up in our sessions. Thank you to those who give, who would just say, you know what, I want to send something just to appreciate. Thank you for your gifts. These things help. These things help. Thank you very much for your generosity. Thank you for believing in what we do. And I know that some people sometimes, you know, people ask questions, right? I don't have to talk about everything here, but I want to thank you, right? Even sometimes you don't understand what's happening, but still you stick with us. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for showing up. And I want to believe that 2026 will be a better year. And I will go together. Okay? And that's why I want us to, you know, think in this way. All these things people talk about, politicians, they're doing terrible things. Our leaders. This particular place you get to in your life, you begin to wonder, I'm praying that you get such opportunities and you will not mess up. Right? Because you are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We have been waiting for ourselves. And these sessions hopefully will prepare us to also do well in such spaces. So I'm praying that all of us will move up together and do great things. And we'll make Yoruba land proud. We'll make Nigeria proud. And God will be proud of us. Our families will be proud of us. Like Barolo. Someone says, Igba yo ma listening. I'm quitting. And Rogun Fasayin, àmì kò yẹ ṣọ ọmọ ọlọ́pàá mọ́jọ ọlálọ́mí ọmọ abíṣùjọ kọ ìjàkadì lóru ọ̀fà ṣé mo sọ lọ. Thank you. Before we go, we're going to play the guys are having fun. There's a lot of fireworks going on. We're going to discuss all these things. Please, if you have topics or stuff that you think we should talk about, kindly send to me on Telegram. please also, if you send stuff and I don't respond, it's not like I will respond. If I don't respond on time, it's usually because maybe I'm editing, I'm studying or something, but I'll definitely respond. But thank you very much for all the videos you sent this year. I saw videos. Just send one link. Sometimes I receive one link like many times, but I thank you for remembering me to even send those things. So thank you very much for your support. So those who sent videos as well, you made it work, you made it possible. And those who bought books on Radio, books on Telegram, thank you for your patronage. Next year, we have newer books. By the way, the book by Dr. Charles Omole on Buhari, from Soldier to Statesman, will be available on Redomi Books from next week. And maybe one of these days we'll talk about that book as well. It's been nice, all right? Okay. We're going to play the anthems, Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. They will call it a day. Thank you very much for being part of 2025. We'll do better in 2026 like Barolon. You are not descendant of our... you wrote it, sure. Oh, okay. You are no.
All right, let's have the
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for the prayers. All right, let's have the anthems and then we'll call it a day. To see you next year. Happy New Year, Happy New Year, Happy New Year, everyone. All right, here is the Nigerian anthem. After this, we'll play the Yoruba anthem. Ikoyi Moba. And Yoruba Efego. All right, here's the Nigerian anthem.
What's happening? I see what's happening.
I see what's happening. Just give me a second.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without name. Oh, Lord of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation when no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Nigeria may be blessed.
Yeah, Murari. Títí.
Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wá, fún ilẹ̀-èdè wa. Tàgbéga, tàgbéga, tàgbéga fáyé rí. sì bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́ ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ni ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ òkèèrè bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀.
àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wo ni wọ́kùn lágbára ọlọ́run, lẹ́yìn bó ní bàjẹ́, nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́. Ọdún tuntun yìí ó máa yí abó fún wa o, lágbára ọlọ́run, á dùn mọ́ wa, ọlọ́run á dáhùn gbàdúrà wa, a ní rí ogun gbàgbà mi ọ̀gànjọ́. It's going to be a blessed year for all of us, 2026, in Jesus' name. Thank you very much for a wonderful 2025. May God bless you and keep you. May He cause His face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. May He give you peace in all that you do. Thank you very much. Adamo Risha, yes, we now play anthems on YouTube. So you have not been going on YouTube. We play anthems on every platform now. We've been able to find the ones without copyright issues. So it's good to play anthems together. If you try to come up today and you couldn't, let's see again next time. I promise you we will. We'll have a better structure. Thank you. Have a lovely 2026. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. May God make room for you. Have a great one. God bless you. Hold on. The next time I see you will be next year. Good night. Happy New Year. Sinchin, HB, Happy New Year. Daro.